מזמור לעץ החיים, הלל האלים, טוב להודות לאשר, ולזמר את שמך אשת עליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, סגולותייך לנגן בלילות, עלי פינו, עלי נעבר, עלי משל ונקבי חליל.
Welcome everyone. So, where were we go? Okay, yeah, perfect. So, for whatever reason, it was like 20 seconds or so that the video or like intro didn't start. It was kind of strange, but yeah. So how have you been doing, Graham?
Doing pretty good, Ariel. How you doing?
Can't really complain. I might end up joining my university's, well, they're multiple, but one of the university's choirs.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like want to do more than what I've been doing. So, all right, let's see. So, also I've been working a bit more on like that one like Hebrew to hieroglyphic project that I'm trying to work on, which it's not really for the sake of convenience because it's not convenient. But I do feel like it could be used as a learning tool. But let's see, what was it looking for? All right. Actually, before we start, let's see, where was this? Let's see. Shoot, I just had it pulled up earlier. Was it not this one? Not this one. Let's see. Let's see. Is this it? Let's see. I think that's it. Also, I'm trying to find one that won't get what's the word? Like any issues with copy. Yeah. But this one won't because it's just people playing instruments. And then also invite if anyone wants to join. Copy, paste here.
אקשן. טוב, אז השיר הזה מוקדש ליהודה בכר, השם ייקום דמו, שנרצח לפני שבועיים, והסטורי האחרון.
Actually, let me see if it. Okay, this is kind of eerie. And again, I mean, I feel like on one level, it's like you could find this with anything, but so his last name, let's use this, see, does this have the lyrics? Oh, is it? I don't think it's here. Shoot. How do I exit full screen here? Anyway, let's see. I'm just trying to think what this get. Yeah, that probably will. So, oh, wait, here. Let's see. Subtitles. Auto translate into English. Does it know how to do that? Wait. Interesting. Okay, that's fascinating. So it translates from French into English. That's cool. Is that new to YouTube? Are you aware of that?
No, that's not new. They've had something like that before.
Anyway, so what I was saying is kind of eerie. So his last name, Bachar or Bechar, it's from the root Bachar, which means like, actually, wait, no, this is with the chaf, so never mind. But it's very close to the root for Bachor, which means like firstborn or chosen, and it's just kind of eerie because it's like the death of the firstborn is in this Parshah. I mean, given it happened, months ago during the beginning of the war, but I still think it's kind of eerie.
הסרטון הזה שהוא שלח לי, על הדרך באמצע יום, אמרתי לו, וכדרך אגב, יהודה, תשמע, יש לי יום מה זה קשה, תשלח לי אנרגיות טובות. התכוונתי שישלח לי בלב אנרגיות טובות, מספיק שאמרתי לו את זה. ובגלל שהוא יהודה, הוא חזרה שלח לי את הסרטון הזה, להכניס אותי לרוח הנכונה. כל זמן שהנשמה בקרבי מודה. אני אמרתי לו מההתחלה, יהודה, אתה אריה של אור.
כל זמן שהנשמה בקרבי מודה, אני לפניך.
לאורך כל ימי השבעה הגיעו המוני אנשים לנחם, מכל הארץ, כל גווני הקשת. נגיד איזה בן אדם מגיע, נכנס, ואז אני שואלת אותו, כאילו, אתה מכיר את המשפחה, אתה מכיר את יהודה? אז הוא אומר לי, מה, בטח, אני חבר הכי טוב של יהודה.
מגיע אחד עם קעקועים והגילים, הוא היה חבר הכי טוב שלי, אחד עם כובע חליפה, החבר הכי טוב שלי.
היה מאוד ברור שהוא רואה אותנו כנשמות מתחת להכל.
כל מי שהוא פגש וכל מי שנגע היה קרוב אליו, ישר התחבר כמו מגנט עוצמתי.
באמת האהבה שלו הייתה ממיסה גבולות וממיסה מחסומים.
תודה רבה שזכינו לקום ולהיות בכוכב לכת הזה. תודה רבה על השפע הגדול.
הבן אדם היה אומר 10 פעמים ביום מזמור לתודה. זה היה קטע מדהים לראות את זה. נכנס לזה ועושה את זה מתחילתו ועד סופו, גם ברגעים של קושי.
זה יקרה, זה טוב הייתה לו. הכל דבר תודה רבה. מה, בשמאל לא יודע, אני למדתי ממנו. אני הבוקר קמתי והראש שלי היה על הבבלה. כמו שק אבנים, ככה ברור. אני מתחיל להגיד תודה רבה על כל מה שיש לי. אני מתחיל להגיד תודה על הרגליים. אני מתחיל להגיד תודה על הידיים. אני מתחיל להגיד תודה על המראה שלי. אני מתחיל להגיד תודה על זה שזכיתי להיות אני.
תמיד היה רואה את הטוב בכל מצב, גם שהרכב היה עושה לו בעיות וגם שהיה נתקע. והיו צועקים עליו או משהו כזה, תמיד היה אומר אבא תודה ומחייך חיוך ענק ומקבל את זה באהבה.
הוא היה מתפלל, ובאיזשהו שלב כזה צועק להרים, תודה רבה, וככה היינו מנסים קצת להשתיק אותו, אולי זה מפריע לאנשים. זה עזר קצת לכמה שניות, אי אפשר היה לעצור אותו.
שפע גדול! תודה על השפע!
גדלנו במשפחה חרדית, יהודה למד בישיבה.
אי אפשר היה לשים אותו במסגרת, אי אפשר היה לשים אותו בתבנית.
כל הכללים וכל החוקים וכל הנוקשות, זה לא התחבר לו לעניין הדתי, הוא הדתי מבפנים.
פתאום הופיע בישיבה איזה מישהו שלא הכרתי אותו, הסתבר שהם היו חברי נפש, ויהודה היה שמר אותו בתור איזה מישהו שאיתו הוא לומד תורה.
הרמתי את הרואה, אחד בכיפה, התיישב כבר, ולמדנו ככה את כל המשנה, למחרת כבר צלצל אליי. אפשר לבוא ללמוד? אז בשנה הראשונה למדתי אותו יום-יום, וככה התחילה ההיכרות של נשיכה 5 שנים. נכנסים אליי לחדר, הוא היה ישר גמרא, ניצול הזמן.
וכל דבר שהוא עשה, כאילו ראית את הנוכחות שלו, שהוא ממש שם.
הגמרא אומרת, הוא היה צחק אצלי בבית. הבנות שלי אומרות ככה, מסתכלות עליו, ככה, מסתכל עליהם, ככה עם החיוך הגדול שלו, הגמרא אומרת! לא היה מעניין אותי כלום. היה פשוט לוקח אותי, מתחיל לקוד איתי, ממש, הייתי אומר, בסדר, לא, תקוד.
כל זמן שהנשמה בקרבי, מודה אני לפניך. כל זמן שהנשמה בקרבי, מודה אני לפניך.
הגוף שלו לא יכול להכיל את הנשמה שרוצה כזה לפרוץ ולהתבטא ולהעביר אהבה והשראה ואמונה ועידוד לאנשים.
זה מה שהוא כל הזמן העביר לכולם, שכולנו נאהב אחד את השני, שכולנו נהיה ביחד אחד עם השני, ולכן הוא איחד גם את כולם.
כשהיה מחבק אותי, היה מכין לי. הוא היה ממש מכין לי. היה כואב לי בגב, אולי הוא עושה את זה בשביל אחים, הוא היה פשוט חזק. הייתי אומר, אומר לי, אני אוהב אותך.
זכינו לאור גדול, ככה 24 שנה, והלוואי שהיינו מנצלים את זה יותר.
אדון כל הנשמות, ריבון כל המעשים, אדון כל הנשמות.
And I mean, the sad thing is, like, there's so many stories like that, and, you know, on both sides. I mean, the thing is, there is no both sides. It's just humanity, and then you have the assholes who are weaponizing it against each other. It's like, yeah. Sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
going to say, great. You know my position where I'm for the common people and I'm against the narcissists in charge.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, honestly, it kind of makes you wonder whether this, you know, type of like stuff where it's like, doesn't matter where you go, that there's like evil in all places, but there's also good everywhere. That, like, is that where, you know, is that what necessitated the creation of the story of Pandora's box and the story of, you know, the fall of humanity? Like, people just needed to come up with a way to explain why people are the way they are. And I mean, obviously, this is a time before they had, you know, well, I mean, I guess you'd play argue they had some understanding, but generally just that they didn't have our understanding of evolution or, was it like their own biology? I mean, in a lot of ways, only within the past, okay, I mean, Shoot, so that's kind of tricky. I mean, like basically only for the past few thousand years, unless some of what you think is true. Only within the past few thousand years have we actually been aware of our own biology, which, again, as far as we know, could mean that we're and biology meaning like not that like biology being anatomy, biology meaning like the fact that we are biological entities as opposed to just being, just existing. And so, like in a lot of ways, I think that there's, like, for all we know, we might be. I mean, again, it's possible we're not, but for all we know, we might be the first, species to ever actually have to come to grapple with this issue. And again, it might just be hard coded into reality, in that it's something that species have to evolve around, and it goes into the whole idea of like, I don't know. It's one of those. I'm like going off on a huge tangent. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I was going to say I can't fundamentally disagree with a lot of what you're saying. To me, it boils down to basically consciousness versus unconsciousness. And that's where a lot of the whole narcissism comes in on. It's one thing, it's like, like an animal does it by instinct. They're not doing it from conscious intention. And that's where the evil comes in. Is these leaders they aren't proper, they aren't causing war by instinct. They're causing war on intention. And it's the when you're doing something consciously and intentionally, you're self-sabotaging. And the only way to stop that is to stop doing it to yourself. Heck.
Yep. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Oh, wait, what was I looking? Oh, right. Parshah. Parshah. Oh no, that's what. So, we're about to get into the whole preparation for a 10th plague. I mean, hence why I named it thus. But what are your thoughts before we get into it? Like, what's that supposed to symbolize?
I was going to say it can go a lot of ways. One of it is that comes across as is definitely that symbolic of the passing over of the firstborn. Where you're sacrificing, sort of like the dice, where you're sacrificing the firstborn.
Well, but like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, what Egyptian deity would you see associated with the death of the firstborn?
Oh, what Egyptian deity?
Yeah.
If I had to pick one, I'd say Mot, the natural order of things.
Why Mot?
Because that's what it seems like the most assault against to me.
I mean, she's the goddess of order and truth.
Yeah. Sitting there and having all of the firstborn die is a very much an affront to the natural order.
Or, I mean, this is at least where I'm going at it from. What is it? What's the basically, what is the firstborn? Like, just what is the firstborn? Like, at its most primordial, its most archetypal, what does firstborn mean?
Well, it's the next generation, the future.
No. At its most archetypal. Even before this idea of the next generation. Because if the next is the last, what is before the next? Like, who is the firstborn of firstborns? Graham? Graham, are you there?
No, I just had some quick connection issues.
Oh.
I didn't hear your answers as to what the
Yeah. So
what God you were picking.
So the archetypal firstborn, like the archetypal firstborn. So if you were to like, for instance, if you were to reduce like the idea of architect to its most archetypal form, you could argue it is the creator or the designer, but it's like the designer of what? But that's it, just the designer. So if at its most archetypal form, the firstborn is literally the firstborn, but what does that actually mean?
Well, actually, what you were saying there led me a different route. I was going to say, if you're going with the architect in Egypt, you need to go to Ptah. But if you're going with the firstborn, I think if you're going with anybody in the Egyptian pantheon, you got to go with Horus, with the whole, with his whole death and resurrection thing. Just giving my honest opinion here, Ariel.
There is that, but I mean, I think it's also important to look at this as how the how was it basically you have these traditions, some of these traditions that exist in Canaan, but then they're slightly different in Egypt. But the point being is that you have basically Egyptian myths being looked at through Israelite or through Canaanite lenses or through Canaanite eyes, and what that means is in the same way as the word for bull or for cow in in Egyptian is not Aleph, but that was the Semitic word for it. And so when the Semitic peoples started creating their abjad, they took the letter that would become Aleph, and its name was derived from Aleph, and its shape was derived from the hieroglyph for a bull. And so similarly, and I'm going to pull this up just to show you what I'm talking about, in case anyone's not aware. Oh, perfect. I didn't even realize this was already right up here. So let's see. Aleph. Here. So here you can see this is possibly ancestral to Proto-Sinaitic Aleph and its descendants. And that's because, okay, do they have a form here? No, I don't have it here. But basically, shape roughly, it's very rough, but you have the horns and then a triangle. This is like the side profile, whereas it becomes the just like the forward facing profile. And then what letter were we talking about just now? Oh yeah, it was Aleph. So another example would be something like let's see, bet. Oh, that's going to be hard to find maybe. Here. So this is the Egyptians hieroglyph for house, and it's probably connected to the Proto-Sinaitic bet. So the point is the word in Hebrew, or I mean the word in it does not say. So okay, let's find kaf. I wonder if it's a same. Okay. Let's see. Palm. Wait, I might have gone too far. Is it forward palm? Okay, so here, yod. Dang it. That's not it either. I'm trying to, okay, maybe resh. Okay, I know this will definitely show. So, resh. Okay, here. So if you look here, the ideogram for tup, because we don't know exactly how they vocalize the vowels. We just have the consonants. So in Egyptian top, but it becomes resh from the Semitic rosh. So basically, what it's saying here is that here you have the different terms for it. So I think it's important to look at this as they're looking at the stories in Egypt, but they're in the same way as the Hellenists are doing. They're looking at the myths of the people they're coming across, and then they're basically they're retelling these stories with their through their own eyes, and so gods end up inherently changing. 0-0. Hey Zero, if you want to hop in, I posted the link up here. But interesting connection to Amun. I mean, I think in a very real sense, it could just be seen that Amun is also the one that's doing all of them, as opposed to like kind of emblematic of it, just because this idea of the hidden God, the hidden creator God. But anyway, to go back to the video, which I do not
I was going to
remember
say
where.
for myself, the whole identification of Amun and Yahweh is too strong for me to sit there and try to identify any of the other ones as Amun.
What do you mean?
Well, that's part of where I think that Amun is one of the components that went into Yahweh. And again, that's part of where I think, one of the exoduses was clearly, a result of, the priest of Amun during the 18th dynasty falling out of favor. So a bunch of them ended up leaving the country and, leaving the country with their stuff. And that was one of the exodus.
Let's see. Okay, where did it go? Khnum. Okay, perfect.
And if one of the exoduses were led by the priests of Amun, that would mean that Moses would have been basically a priest of Amun.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense because Yahweh not being pronounceable, being hidden, no image, it fits with Amun and the unknown God. And it just seems like a kind of again, like you were talking about, with a different interpretation of the same feature tag.
So basically, where I'm coming at this from is I'm thinking, okay, well, who's the firstborn of firstborns?
Well, I was going to sit there and say that the reason I would go against Ta is because it's hard to say that the creator is born. It's more like he was never born.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. You're thinking at this as an Egyptian. Think about it as a Canaanite because there's reasons to suspect that this goes beyond just the Hebrew Bible. But I mean, who is the firstborn of firstborns? Because, like you said, the first to exist cannot be firstborn. So, who is the firstborn?
Again, I'm not sure who you're talking about there. Then I have trouble thinking like a Canaanite. That's more your background than mine. Tag.
Okay, think like someone who studied the Bible. Who is the firstborn?
Well, be Cain.
No.
Okay, that'd
No,
be my answer. Adam and Eve were
that would
created,
be
and Cain was born.
That's the first human born.
Okay, I give up, Ariel. Who you going with?
Oh, come on. Who is... Dude, okay. Keep in mind, born doesn't mean having to be birthed from, like, genitals. It just means to be born, to bear someone.
Well, if you're going with that, then you got to go back to light, because that was the first birth in Genesis.
Come on.
Dude, okay. I'm giving you answers that at least are somewhat based in fact.
Who is the firstborn human, not the first human born?
Well, are you going Seth then? Because you got the argument that Cain and Abel weren't entirely human.
It's okay, so wait a second. So chicken or the egg? So are you saying that Seth was the first, or Seth or Cain or Abel, that they were the first humans?
Well, yeah, I was going to say in that whole chicken and egg, I answered that when I was a kid. The egg came before the chickens because fish laid eggs long before chickens existed.
Oh, funny. But no, what I'm saying is, who are the first humans?
Well, the first humans there would have been Adam, Eve, and company that are on out.
And how did they come to exist?
Well, I went with that one. Adam and Eve were created, and then Seth and Cain, you got some dispute there, but they were definitely born of Eve. And then you have, but they weren't created in God's image. Weren't specified as created in God's image, but Seth was. So, again, the strongest argument would be for Seth. Seth being the most reliable, confident firstborn.
So zero says self-formed. And I mean, given, everyone has their own interpretation on this. So I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but like, I am trying to lead you at this point, and it doesn't seem to be working. So I'm going to go back to show you where I'm getting this from. So
I'm trying to be led, Ariel. I apologize for being being that stubborn horse.
Better than being a lemming. All right.
At least you're in good company in the lemming pack.
Yeah. All right. So, so look at this. So Vayitzer Adonai Elohim, and God formed, fashioned, framed Adam from the dust of the earth, and he took Bethel and he Nafach, and he breathed into his nostrils Nishmat Chaim, the breath of life. Vayihi Adam lenefesh chaya. And so, how did I never notice this before? And so Adam was for a living being, but on another level, Adam and Chaya becomes Chava. This is almost like it's saying Adam was Chava, but then they were separated. So it's this idea of like life and then the man versus the man is like a living being. And again, not to say that we're not now, but I don't know. I think there's another level you can go there. But my point is, so like basically, here's my argument. So let's see. Now let's see if I can find this. It is from is it here? No, it's not here. Sorry. Drew. Okay. Wait. Okay, was it here? No, not there. Let's see. Oh shoot, went too far. Let's see. Okay, here. So notice this. Lo nichad atzmi mimecha. I could not. Myself could not be concealed from you. Asher useti, as use, I think that'd be pual. I think to be made. For I was made baseter rukamti, in the like shelter, like the hidden place, rukamti. I was variegated, mixed colors, skillfully wrought or woven. So also notice this language of rukamti. So this is pual, skillfully wrought or woven. So it's likening this idea of the human being knitted by, and again, this is referring to God, but again, because of the context of Psalms and also because of the context of the womb, it's also like referring to the Shekhinah, so more of this feminine idea. But what's interesting is, so it says, I was, what is this? Wait, what is this? I was like woven together betachtiot, in the lowest, in the depths of the earth. Now notice this. Oh shoot, what did I just do? What did I do? Oh no, I didn't change it. Okay, so notice this. What's the saying? Graham?
I'm getting my phone going so I can see the video, what you're showing.
No worries. And yeah, in the meantime, 3 people watching means this. And I'm guessing one of them 0. Feel free to hop in. No pressure though. But yeah, so I'll read it again for you, Graham. My essence was not, and I'll just read what it has. My essence was not hidden from you, though I was fashioned in the hiddenness and tissued in the depths of the. It's a bad translation. My essence was not, or myself. My essence was not hidden from you. As I don't know why it says though. It would be as I was fashioned or made by you in the hidden place, or in hiddenness, in concealment, and I was woven skillfully in the depths of the earth. Who is this?
Again, there's a part of me I want to answer Adam because that's
exactly.
very much the squirt.
So this is what I'm arguing. The firstborn is actually Adam. You see where I'm coming from? Because in this case, it's not saying that, that Adonai simply, like, oh, I'm going to make a little sand castle, but you know what? Let's not make a castle. Let's make a sand person. And you know what? Better than sand, we're going to use soil. So we're going to make a soil person. A soil, a soil servant. That's what God's going to make. But really, it's deeper than that because of this idea that the earth is more than just the earth, but it's also the feminine counterpart to God. Almost like this, the earth is the crown jewel in physical reality, because all of physical reality kind of corresponds to Malchut, as does the earth, but the earth is like the epitome of it. So it's like, almost imagine you have like a pearl necklace, a bunch of pearls in it, but then in the middle, like the centerpiece, it's this giant, gorgeous pearl. So it's no more of a pearl than any of the other pearls, but it resembles, it's the epitome of the pearl. It represents the pearls more than the others, even though they're all equally pearls. They all are in the category of pearl.
You sound like you're channeling Plato there.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, it's some of both. Again, it sounds like you're dealing with types, and it's like it's like the abstract, the archetypal chair, and it's like some chairs are more of a chair than other chairs.
So basically, here's what I'm gathering from this. So the 10th plague is the death of the firstborn. The firstborn was born, but the firstborn was created by God. But there's also this idea that, basically, because the whole story of Adam, it has a cognate, or not a cognate, but like it has a parallel in Egypt, doesn't it?
There are lots of parallels you can make between Adam and Egypt. It's just a question of which ones are actually legitimate or not, and fit your current usage.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop just pulling people along. I'm going to actually start up the video to give you context as to what I'm thinking, because I think there's a pretty good argument you can make that Horus, but the thing is that Horus is like, he doesn't really like, I don't know, it's harder to explain. Like, I feel like, it's definitely, you probably have like a multiple layer to it, but at least with this, I think it's almost this idea of it's going against the God of Egypt who created the first man, or the first human, or the firstborn. Hence, the firstborn, that firstborn is emblematic of all firstborn children of their parents. And therefore, by basically undoing the death of all the firstborns, it's basically saying that the God of Israel is more powerful than the God of Egypt, who was responsible for the creation of, at least what they believe was the creation of mankind. So it almost seems like on some level also kind of going with this idea of the Egyptians could do what the Israelites could, but they couldn't undo it, which seems I think that's kind of an interesting note, because it's almost like it's not saying that other gods couldn't create human lives. It's just saying that, I don't know, like there's a whole lot of ways you could take this, and I think they're all equally interesting. But on that note, we are going to start.
Khnum, the god who created man from clay. Khnum, his name in ancient Egyptian language is derived from the verb unite, join, or build. He is an ancient Egyptian god of fertility, associated with water and procreation. Khnum was worshipped in Egypt for more than 3,000 years, from the first dynasty circa 3000 BCE into the early centuries CE. The name of Khufu, the great pyramid builder, was actually Khnum Khufu, meaning Khnum is my protector. He was represented as a ram-headed man with a scepter and an ankh in his hand. His head was always topped either with the crown of Upper Egypt with its plums, disk, or cobra, or with a pot of water over the horns of the ram. Khnum, the god who created man from clay. According to a number of texts in ancient Egyptian religion, Khnum was the deity who molded the great cosmic egg. From that egg came forth the sun and everything that exists. For this reason, ancient Egyptians gave him the epithet, Great Molder. After creating the cosmic egg, Khnum went back to his potter's wheel and molded the human beings out of clay. Associated with the Nile River, Khnum was believed to be chiefly responsible for the annual flooding of the Nile. The entire ancient Egyptian society depended on Nile's flooding, as it deposited very
First one, the Nile, connected with Khnum. Last one, also potentially connected with Khnum, but as the creator.
rich silt and clay sediments that fertilize the farmlands along the river. Ancient Egyptians revered him as the force that made their crops grow, and by extension, they believed he was a being who molded humans from the clay sediments of the Nile. The idea of mankind being created from clay was so deep-rooted in human mind that most world cultures, mythologies, and religions all over the world told the same story with some modifications.
And also notice that what was Khnum the god of? Like which animal?
God of the ram, I found it interesting. What was he? He was the god of Upper Egypt, wasn't he? Or was it Lower
I'm not
Egypt?
sure. I forget. But the point that I'm trying to bring up here is, notice this. What animal did they sacrifice?
Well, are you talking the Egyptians? They
No,
sacrificed lots of different.
No. The Canaanites or the Israelites, when they're about to leave and before, like, what blood do they need?
Yeah, ram's blood.
I mean, ram, basically, like I forget what the actual species is, but they basically needed blood from. Was it a ram or was it a lamb? I forget. It's like the.
It's
the ram.
It's probably lamb.
Yeah, it was lamb. This one was the lamb, and the ram was for the sin sacrifice. And the Christians end up conflating the sin sacrifice with the Passover sacrifice. So really, if they're trying to say that Jesus is this Passover sacrifice, they're trying to say that he's a God that was being iconoclasted.
Yeah, and I resolved that one with saying that those were two different Jesuses. One of them was the Passover lamb. One of them was the scapegoat.
Oh, I see what you mean.
In Mesopotamia, in a contemporary time to the worship of the Egyptian god Khnum, who created man from clay, the Sumerian creation story narrates that the Sumerian god Enki or Enlil to create servants to the gods. So he made humankind out of clay and blood. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu is created by the goddess Aruru out of clay to be a partner for Gilgamesh. In the Babylonian creation epic called Enuma Elish, the goddess Nenhorsak created humans from clay. In Greek mythology, the god Prometheus molded men out of water and earth. In the Zoroastrian mythology, the primordial human, Guillemot, is created from mud by the supreme deity Ahura Mazda. In ancient China, Nuwa, the mother goddess of Chinese mythology,
I said Gilgamesh.
mud by the supreme
Guillemot and Gilgamesh. I mean, it's not that close. Not at all. Damn.
deity Ahura Mazda. In ancient China, Nuwa, the mother goddess of Chinese mythology and the creator of all mankind, molded figures from the yellow earth, giving them life and the ability to bear children. According to Hindu mythology, Parvati, the mother goddess, made Ganesh, a well-known Indian deity, from clay and turned the clay into flesh and blood. According to Inca mythology, the creator god Viracocha formed humans from clay on his second attempt at creating living creatures. According to the beliefs of some indigenous Americans, the Earth Maker formed the figure of many men and women, which he dried in the sun and into which he breathed life. Also, after thousands of years, the same idea was taken for granted in monotheistic Abrahamic religions. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being.
Holy crap! I didn't realize.
Remember that you.
If we're connecting Chai to Chava, then it's actually possible to render it this idea. So interesting. So okay, so it's an inversion. So basically, Adam, is from the earth. Like literally, it's this idea like his body's taken from the earth. But the part that God breathes in is the chai, the nishmat chai, nishmat chaim, and the living breath. Now, what's interesting is that that's not something that's like really materially based. It's more spiritual, but it's also like literally spiritual. I mean, what does spiritual mean? Some people will be like, oh, well, it's this thing that we can't measure. It's it's what you feel. But no, I'm literally what is spiritual? Respiritu. It's the same root as respiration. It means to breathe. And so basically, this is very much a spiritual idea, whether you want to view it in the spirit sense or whether you want to view it in the spirit sense. And in either case, it applies. But what's interesting is that that's actually an inversion of the way that like gender is typically ascribed to, or not gender, but like gendering is ascribed to creation or to reality. So like normally it would be that like the divine or the spiritual is associated with the masculine, and then the feminine would be associated with the mundane or with the earthly. And again, it's not a bad thing at all. But what's interesting is that it's almost this boom. It's going back to this Gnostic idea of Sophia as the creator of the world. Are you picking up on this as well?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Also, just really quickly, it's also like it's a repeating thing. So ultimately, Sophia is also created by the monad. So it's and so it's like it's not saying that like, oh, the creator is ultimately a woman or the creator is ultimately feminine or female. It's just saying like because I think because there's also Barbello, and then there's Barbello. What's after Barbello? I'm so like rusty on my Gnostic.
A lot of that depends on which system you're going with. And I did want to point out, with what you're talking about spiritual there, you're hitting on one of the difficulties about modern people trying to project backwards, because they meant it under both sense of the word back then, because they didn't have two different words to describe it. We have a much larger vocabulary, and therefore we can differentiate between two different things that the ancients used to conflate in their language.
But don't you know that larger vocabularies are far superior? And if you don't have a large vocabulary, that means that you have a smooth brain. I'm joking, by the way. I'm mocking someone.
I'm on
yes.
So the cosmic egg exists in the Sumerian system as well. Is it Namu that gives birth to An and Ki? That is,
I'm not sure.
Cosmic egg. I've seen it said Maunmu, but then I couldn't find that one when I was looking for it, so it seems a more obscure form.
And when they say cosmic egg, I immediately go to some of Orpheism, which was a much later development in Greece. Tag.
Yeah, but in that initial God that births the heavens and the earth, An and Ki, has an egg form, and it has the M in conjunction there, I believe, as well, like Khnum. You also, I think it's Enki that becomes the one that forms of clay.
But basically what I'm getting at here, though, is that like before you have this embodiment within humanity, it's almost this idea that the earth, which is typically seen as the feminine element, is actually the masculine element, or at least what ends up becoming the masculine in the form of, after the split of Adam and Eve, or, Adam and Chava, or Adam and Chaya, you have the split. But originally, it actually seems that the one that was more spiritual was what becomes Chai or Chava. And this might just be me, but it seems like, in a sense, this rendering of, and again, I think it's to view it as that the earthly or the spiritual is higher or lower. Like you're missing the point, because it's like it's turtles all the way down. You go. You look into the material and you'll find the spiritual, and you look into the spiritual and you'll find the material. Like it's not a one-way street. But the point that I'm trying to make, though, is this idea that it might be the tradition, at least later, that because of Eve eating from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil and her enticing Adam to do it, that if you're looking at the narrative as a punishment, that because of that, she was punished as being subservient or being the one associated with the earth, when in reality, like basically, if you view it as they were originally one being and they were split into two, you could almost think of it as someone's spirit and someone's whether it's just their body or their emotions, whether you're viewing spirit as something beyond, like their mental or cognitive state. Basically, it's almost like a part of Adam gets removed from him, but then that part of Adam, that chai, that life, also ends up getting associated more with Adam or with Adamah, with the earth, than Adam, who's derived from Adam, does. And he almost gets placed, he gets demoted from being this, super human creature to being someone who tills the earth, but he's also kind of acting as this in between the the world and the world and God, whereas Eve is like the in between Adam and his children. And it's, I don't know, there's a whole lot of places you could take this, but I feel like there's something about the fact that, basically, just to sum it up, you start off with this idea of, you have the spiritual and you have the earthly, and the earthly is associated with Adam and the spiritual is associated with Eve. But again, this is before they're even distinguished. So you have the nishmat chayim being breathed into Adam, basically Eve being breathed into Adam. So the two are combined into one, and then they exist for however long. And so honestly, I do kind of wonder, just because of this idea of the the Garden of Eden sometimes being seen as this mental state or this different state of awareness. I wonder if it's actually possible to see that that there was only one Adam, only one human in the garden the whole time, and that the conversation, it was almost like two parts of someone's mind talking between this and maybe because of that, because of eating from the tree of knowledge, because that's when they're kicked out of the garden. Maybe that being kicked out of the garden is also when they're actually separated, and it's kind of just the story gets placed forward in time, and so it's they feel as if they're two people. And then this is the idea: they're one person, but you feel complete. You don't feel like you need anyone else because your other half is with you. And after you eat this, the expulsion is not just this isn't. This is why not only do you have this idea of, and his woman, that she ends up, the woman just kind of disappears and she gets replaced with Eve. Maybe that's because it was I don't know. This would be interesting to talk with someone who is looking at it more from a psychological perspective. But I don't know. It just feels like this division is two parts of the brain into two people, and then that two people then end up being able to actually procreate life, because it seems like originally they might not have even been intended to have offspring, because it seems like all the other species were created with mates, but this one wasn't. And so maybe that's why God gave the mate, or this this counterpart, to be within them. And then the punishment, because this is it, because one half was able to convince the other to do something that was against what God said. That's why God separates them, so that they are able to think independently of each other. I don't know.
Well, that's what they all did, was everybody interpolated the story they got, and that's where you get all the variation. But there's two different tastings of the fruit there. It's another cognate pair. Uranos and Gaia, Kaya, and Adam correspond with An and Ki.
How?
Father Sky and Mother Earth.
How? You're saying on and or on?
An is opposite Anu, I think also as Anum, but the on part just a little bit more with the ending with Adam as Adam instead of the Adapa, which is clearly also the Sumerian and other, they're doing an interpolation mixture. But that pair of heaven and earth, Uranos, relates with like Ora with light, but it's related to urine with like rain. And so it's flow, it's transmission, and both come from heaven, rain and light. So Uranos as the heavens.
You know what else comes from heaven?
Or Geh, something like that.
What?
Now you're saying this form of Eve, Kaya, is totally right in there between Ki, goddess of earth and Sumeria, Gaia, of Greece. And so you have that same pairing now in 3 places.
You know what that reminds me of? Yep. So you're talking about urine and rain coming from heaven, right? Oh, but yeah, you were saying, Graham?
Oh, no, I was going to sit there and say, as far as the urine and rain, that they can fit into a span-permia idea with the idea of...
Wait, span-permia?
I spoonerismed it.
I appreciate it.
But again, with the DNA with DNA and other organic particles falling from the sky, and that's what seeded life on Earth. That was an interesting one. I was going to say, on the other one, you also had the idea of Manu fits into there from the Vedic traditions, where he was the first man.
Who?
You have Manu.
Oh.
He was the first man in India. He also was sort of a combination of Adam and Noah. He also built the ark as well.
Interesting.
היי. היי. מה הולך פה? למה מחכים?
למה מחכים? ישן בעמידה.
מה, אתה באמת לא יודע מה הולך לקרות?
מה?
למה מחכים? ישן בעמידה.
מה מחכים?
למה מחכים? ישן בעמידה.
מה, אתה באמת לא יודע מה הולך לקרות?
מה?
I might be wrong, but when you're saying, what is Yana another planet? Let's see.
מה הולך פה? למה מחכים?
למה מחכים?
Hu Yashen Be'amida. I thought I swore you were saying Ganed. Beganeda. Yeah, it sounds like he's saying in the garden of pleasure.
אתה זוכר שהטילו מס על כל מי שיש לו חמור?
בטח, יש לי עדר חמורים, פשטתי את הרגל.
ואת המס על ארוחות ערב, זוכר?
מאז אני אוכל רק ארוחות בוקר, מהארוחות החשובות ביום אגב.
והמס על המילה כן?
כן. בטח.
אז כל המיסים האלה הלכו למטרה מסוימת הרי. נו, מה חשבת? שסתם דוד המלך לוקח מיסים? דוד! הוא לקח את כל הזהב שלנו ובנה עם זה מקפצה.
מקפצה?
מזהב.
מה, רציני? על זה הלך כל הכסף שלנו? על מקפצה?
מזהב, אומרים לך,
מה נעשה עם מקפצה?
אנחנו לא נעשה כלום, דוד המלך יעשה.
הוא הולך להשתין עלינו.
מה המקפצה? בקשת! יואו, יש לי אור ברווז.
I mean, it's so funny because just like how people treat the politicians, they would let them.
מה נעשה עם מקפצה?
All we do is springboard. Nothing. King David will do.
מה המקפצה? בקשת! יואו, יש לי אור ברווז.
אתם צוחקים, נכון?
יש דברים שלא צוחקים עליהם.
Was that usually?
להשתין עלינו.
מה המקפצה? בקשת!
Usually or beravuz. Interesting. I guess duck. But yeah, or is skin.
יש לי אור ברווז.
אתם צוחקים, נכון?
Arvaz.
אתם צוחקים, נכון?
Arvaz? I'm not sure.
שלא צוחקים עליהם.
יו, אני הרגשתי טיפה. יו, גם אני הרגשתי. לא נכון. די, תפסיק לבכות!
חבר'ה, לא לריב, הוא בטוח יפזר, מה קרה לכם?
אתם נורמלים? הבן אדם לקח את כל הכסף שלנו ובנה מקפצה. נו. כדי להשתין עלינו.
עד כאן הכל נכון.
נו. הוא לקח את כל הכסף שלנו ובנה מקפצה. נו. כדי להשתין עלינו.
עד כאן הכל נכון.
וזה נראה לכם בסדר?
רק אם הוא יפזר.
אבל הוא המלך שלנו! מה עם העניים, היתומים, האלמנות?
פה, ופה.
התאלמנה לפני שבוע. סיפור קשה מאוד. הדבר היחיד שמחזיק אותה זה שדוד המלך הולך להשתין עליה בקשר.
It's like he's saying, you know, he's going to take. What about taking care of the people who need money, the orphans, the widows, and they're like, yep, they're all here. They're in the front of the line. They're going to be the first to get pissed on. It's like,
The
which
poor,
also
they shall always be with us.
what?
The poor, they shall always be with us.
And unfortunately, same with orphans and widows.
So I cut out when Graham came in. You said something about Manu.
Nothing in particular.
I knew from the Vedic traditions. Yeah, just that he was another cognate with Adam.
Was there a female
He was the
counterpart?
Well, he had a wife, I'm sure. I forget what his wife was. No, he was the created. He wasn't the creator.
Kiki.
האלמנות! פה, ופה.
התאלמנה לפני שבוע.
היתומים, האלמנות! המלך שלנו! מה עם העניים, היתומים, האלמנות? פה, ופה.
התאלמנה לפני שבוע. סיפור קשה מאוד. הדבר היחיד שמחזיק אותה זה שדוד המלך הולך להשתין עליה בקשת מהמקפצה. קשה מאוד. הדבר היחיד שמחזיק אותה זה שדוד המלך הולך להשתין עליה בקשת מהמקפצה.
טוב, תעשו משהו.
Wet pressing? What's wet
תעשו
pressing?
מה שאתם רוצים, אני לא נשאר לדבר הזה.
תשתין עליי, דוד!
דוד, השתן עליי!
דוד!
הנה אני!
מה זה? מה זה? הוא השתין עליי.
לא נכון.
הוא השתין עליי, הוא השתין עליי! יואו, יש לי אור ממש!
טיפה אחת לא הייתה עליי!
אני חיכיתי לך!
למה הוא לא משתין עוד?
איזה כוח, איזה עוצמה! איזה עוצמה!
סתם שעה חיכינו. נו יאללה, בוא אתה מחכה.
אני מחכה לניעור.
It almost seems to be making a joke that they're like literally worshiping him. They like literally. I mean, honestly, there's traditions where that wouldn't be seen as anything out of the ordinary.
Is David? It seems like a new, different type of name that comes in. Does it have an older record?
What do you mean? It's new. What are you saying?
Like it could maybe be a foreign name.
Well, it ties into Mesopotamia.
No, it's
Tammuzid and then Tammuz.
Yeah, it could be Dud or Dod or was this
Tammuzid? Tammuzid and then Tammuz.
No, I'm saying just different vocalizations of the name David. Could be David, Dawood, Dud, Dod, and then I'm trying to think what else.
Da'at.
What?
Da'at.
Well, also just Dod. No, not Dot, but Dod just literally means beloved in Semitic. So I mean, it's.
I kind of like the idea of just calling him dude.
Yeah, it's like dudism.
Deva.
Let's see, do we finish the other video? See, I don't know if we did.
That'd be before Babylon.
What do you mean?
Before living in Babylon.
Was what?
You mean Tammuzid? According to
Oh,
the
we
Bible, yeah.
Yeah, before. Oh, yeah, let's see if I can find that one again. All right.
Will you now turn me to dust? And the man became a living being. Remember that you molded me like clay. Will you now turn me to dust again? The first man was of the dust of the earth. The second man is of heaven. It is he who created you from clay. Khnum's first main cult center was in the town of Harwer in Upper Egypt. In addition, he was the god of the island of Elephantine, near present-day Aswan.
And so this is why,
Khnum also had an
imagine,
important cult.
I mean, given people worship Khnum all throughout Egypt, but like imagine the worst place to sacrifice lambs, where would it be? Probably on Elephantine.
Okay.
It's
Not
also
sure
kind of.
why, but okay.
What do you mean you're not sure why?
Well, why would it be so much worse there than anywhere else?
Well, because not only do you have like regular adherents to Khnum, you also have the priests of Khnum, which are based there.
Well, I would have thought that the possibility that they were sacrificing rams more there, and that would be the one place in Egypt you'd want to go to do the sacrificing of a ram or something.
I don't think they sacrificed the gods that they, the animals that they. I mean, like, of course there were some, but it.
You had the Apis bull ceremony, you know. Yeah, that one I know.
Yeah, but part of that ritual was almost like this death and rebirth of the bull, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm yeah.
Where's the center for Khnum?
They were saying in Hairware, but also in Elephantine.
I was gonna say with the Ram Association and the Nile Association, those both coming out of the mountains.
And again, you also have the association with Elephantine with the pre-Alexander Judaism there, the Persian era Judaism. Okay.
So yeah, it's possible that this story is being written, at a time where you have this callback to the Elephantine tradition, and where it's like, because think about it, they're not being allowed to go, so but they say they want to sacrifice outside of Egypt so that they're not going to get killed, but then they literally, do this. In Egypt, and potentially even in the areas where there would have been, if it's using it as a kind of a throwback, or like basically what's the word, like you have a stand-in, so the stand-in for Elephantine being like this, the place wherever it talks about, even though it was like all throughout Egypt. So within that context, it feels like it could have been written as a way to say, like, especially given the knowledge that the writers would have had of Egyptian culture, because this wouldn't have just been, this wouldn't have, if it dates back, late enough, then it could have actually been written by like Hellenistic or Hellenistic influenced scholars that, at the very least, people who definitely knew Egyptian tradition if they were in Egypt. But anyway.
At Esna, a town in Thebes. There his worshippers used to recite and sing hymns every day, celebrating their God who created them from clay. In Esna temple, there are a lot of hymns to Khnum. One of them is called A Morning Hymn to Khnum. which ends with wake, multiform one, who changes shape at will. In peace, awake peaceably. Wake, Khnum, who fashions as he wishes, who sets every man in his place.
So, I mean, you think there's a potential connection there? Like this
I think
idea
it
of
definitely could be one. It's a question of just how it might be connected. Again, that might be, some of your, early Israelites that wanted to leave Egypt, like you're talking about back in the day, which were originally from down in Elephantine area. Tag.
Yeah, I mean, I think the connection is pretty easy. It's you have the creator of the firstborn. The firstborns get destroyed, and essentially, because the man being created from clay, or from earth, basically, they're returned to earth by being killed. So it's like literally undoing the work of Khnum, at least symbolically, if not totally.
And the Nile with the silt clay formation.
Oh yeah.
Hymn to Khnum, god of the potter's wheel, who settled the land by his handiwork, who joins in secret, who builds soundly, who nourishes the nestlings by the breath of his mouth, who drenches this land with noon, while the round sea and the great ocean surround him. He has fashioned gods and human beings. He has formed flocks and herds.
All right, that's interesting.
He made
So there's
noon,
definite parallel.
while the round sea.
Who joins in secret? That could be like who connects or who weaves together in secret, just like in that one psalm. Who builds soundly? Who nourishes the nestlings by the breath of his mouth? This idea of breathing in the. There's so many interesting connections, but especially this idea, like almost direct parallel, who joins in secret, depending on what that
And the
literally
great
is.
ocean surround him. He has fashioned gods and human beings. He has formed flocks and herds.
That formed in the hiddenness that you said earlier.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about. There's something going on here. Wait, it was who joins in secret, like weaves in secret.
Well, it wouldn't be the
He
first
made
time
birds.
that you had some sort of Egyptian hymn adopted into Hebrew.
Well, it's kind of chaos.
Yeah, but specifically within the context of this idea of the creation of man, so it parallels this idea of Khnum being the 10th, like connected with the 10th plague, but also with the creation of Adam, at least the story being connected by the Canaanites.
The first that.
He has fashioned gods and human.
Oh, sorry.
The first that created the two.
Yeah.
Human beings. He has formed flocks and herds. He made birds as well as fishes. He created bulls, engendered cows. He knotted the flow of blood to the bones, formed in his workshop as his handiwork. So the breath of life is within everything. Blood bound with semen in the bones, to knit the bones from the start. He makes women give birth when the womb is ready. He soothes suffering by his will, relieves the throats, lets everyone breathe, to give life to the young in the womb. He made hair sprout and tresses grow, fastened the skin over the limbs. He built the skull, formed the cheeks, to furnish shape to the image. He opened the eyes, hollowed the ears. He made the body inhale air. He formed the mouth for eating, made the throat for swallowing. He also formed the tongue to speak, the juice to open, the gullet to drink, the spine to give support. He also formed the tongue to speak, He also formed the tongue to speak, the juice to open, the gullet to drink, the spine to give support, the testicles to move, the arm to act with vigor, the rear to perform its task, hands and their fingers to do their work, the heart to lead, the loins to support the phallus in the act of begetting, the male member to beget, the womb to conceive and increase generations in Egypt, the bladder to make
Interesting.
water,
And then there you have a direct parallel.
the virile member to eject when it swells between the thighs.
Wait, did you hear anything I just said?
Nope.
Oh, I was saying it's interesting how there's like a direct parallel there to the idea in the Hebrew Bible of pruvu, of be fruitful and multiply. Just this idea of like so that they would increase the generations of Egypt.
The bladder to make water, the virile member to eject. When to make water, the virile member to eject when it swells between the thighs. The shins to step, the legs to tread, their bones doing their task by the will of his heart. Khnum, creator of all peoples and all life, formed all on his potter's wheel. Their speech differs in each region and clashes with that of Egypt. He created precious things in their hands, that they might bear their products abroad. For the Lord of the wheel is their father too. Tatanen, who made all that is on their soil. They produce their supplies, thus the people of Ibhat, to nourish themselves and their children. As his mouth spat out, they were born straight away. Without pause henceforth, the wheel turns every day. All your creatures give you thanks. You are Bata Tatanen, creator of creators.
All your creatures give you thanks. Wow. You know what that's a parallel to? Please tell me I'm unmuted. Do I have to go back? Okay.
No, you're. I was going to say I don't know specifically which one, but there are various ones about everybody giving, everything giving praise.
So I have a question. Do you know what the most famous Hebrew phrase probably is? Actually, I don't know if it's the most famous Hebrew phrase, but like one of the most commonly used phrases in Christianity.
I don't know what you're going for there. If I was going with the most famous Hebrew phrase, I would have gone with shalom. But
No, even more famous than that.
I don't know what you mean, Ariel.
One of someone we know would say that's actually a word from Pulaskian, which is hallelujah.
Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah. Would you agree that's probably the most famous Hebrew word?
What was that? I dropped out for a second.
Say hallelujah.
I would say it's popular. I don't think it's really associated as much with Hebrew implicitly. Like I said,
But see,
shalom
that's the
comes
thing.
across as
It
more
doesn't.
inherently Hebrew.
But that's the thing. It doesn't need to be associated with it. It just has to be the most commonly used, not most commonly known to be Hebrew.
So with that Tanin as creator,
I'm guessing, yeah. But so what I'm going with here though is this idea that hallelujah. If you look at the full context, it's not just hallelujah. Wait, I did not mean for it to say Halloween-luya. All right, here. So, let's see, where is it? All right. Wait. I guess there must be multiple. Let's see. Tanakh. There's only one? Let's see. Is it? Where would it be then? Okay. Wait, what? Kol Hanshama. Here. Wait. Kol Hanshama. Kol Hanshama. Search. Alright. It's almost 150. So Kol so it's so it just starts with hallelujah, praise God, hallelujah el bekocho, praise El in his sanctuary, hallelujah okay, whoa, this is fascinating. This is, see, the way it gets translated is kind of manipulative. I don't mean like in a like a bad way. It just it changes, it manipulates the way you see it. So notice this. There's no dash here, but there is a dash here. So these four words, hallelujah. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Dang it! All right, here. So if you look here, hallelujah, hallelujah. But the way that it gets said, it never gets emphasized. So I always thought it was hallelujah, hallelujah, like two in his. I thought it was L, like two. But no, this is L. So here you have hallelujah, hallelujah.
There's syncretization.
Yeah. And then it says Bikud show.
Isn't that polytheism?
No, because it's saying Bikud show, not Bikud, not Bikud.
Or the duolatry.
No, but the language makes it clear that it's his sanctuary. Whose sanctuary? Is it El's sanctuary or Yah's? It says his sanctuary. So like it doesn't say the hallelujah El. It just says hallelujah, hallelujah El. So you could argue, oh, but it's just an invocation of different names. So then it says, so Bikocho in his sanctuary, hallelujah. So it doesn't say hallelujah or hallelujah now. Here it says hallelujah, praise be to him. Birakia uzo in the strong firmament, the strong horizon. And then just goes on to, praise him for this, praise him for that, praise him for this, praise him for that, praise him for this, praise him for that. And then you get Kol Hanshama, all that breathes, or all life, all souls, to Hallel Yah, praise Yah, hallelujah. And then so to Hallel Yah, they give praise to God, and then hallelujah is like praise God. So, or praise Yah, rather. So what's interesting is going back. What?
Hallelujah. Praise who? Which I guess would be the other half of the Yahoo.
No. No. Wait, what were you saying?
The meaning? You said there's three ways. Hallel Yah, Hallel,
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. It's just because so here the just means that it's like lechu means go, like it's imperative. It doesn't have to do with that. And then upwards you have bikodsho. The vav here is his sanctuary. It would be the same if you were talking, like, for instance, like the word for I'm trying to think. The word for house is bait, but if you were to say his house, it would be beitol. It doesn't matter who you're talking about, as long as it's a him. If it's her house, it would be beita.
Where did that come out of the Khnum Ptah Tatanan?
So notice this: all that breathes praises God, hallelujah. All your creatures, all you created, implicitly all that breathes, give you thanks or praise. And then it says, then it says you are the name, and then creator of creators. And then in the other ones, above it says, so it's like you're taking two parts, and it's definitely there's elements of it that are definitely drawn from it.
So
Who
looks
in
like Aten, looks like Aten comes out of Ta to Tatan as the formless creator.
Oh, interesting.
Because later, even the sun disk was apparently even shunned later as idolatrous.
Unit brought forth all that is. He feeds the chick in the nest in its time. He makes its mother eject it in time. He made mankind, created gods. He fashioned flocks and herds. He made birds, fishes, and reptiles all. By his will, Noon's fishes leap from the caverns to feed men and gods in his time. He made plants in the field. He dotted the shores with flowers. He made fruit trees bear their fruit to fill the needs of men and gods. He opened seams in the bellies of mountains. He made the quarries spew out their stones.
And he also made the many tongues.
The what?
Said earlier he made the different languages.
Interesting. So like the Tower of Babel story.
So that At-En and Ta seems very got the on, sort of, the N priests. Taten Khnum, Tutankhamun, Taten Khnum.
Many ancient Egyptian symbols were used as amulets of protection, or they were used to bring good fortune. However, these symbols were true reflection of what the Egyptians believed about divinity, truth, conscience, life, death, afterlife, morals, and more. Here is a list of the famous ancient Egyptian symbols and their significance. Ankh. The Ankh is one of the most common ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, used in art, writing, and decorations. It represents the word, life. And it is commonly called, the key of life. It is also known as the key of the Nile, as the union between Osiris and Isis was believed to flood the Nile and bring fertility to Egypt. The Ankh first appeared in the early dynastic period, 3150 to 2613 BCE. Since then, it has been considered to be a symbol for life and protection. The Ankh can also refer to the concepts and symbols of sexual union between the two opposite sexes and fertility, due to its connection to the goddess Isis. The Egyptians used to wear the Ankh as an amulet. In addition, it was commonly held in the hands of ancient Egyptian deities, or given by them to a pharaoh. Its beautiful shape was emulated by neighboring cultures, which adapted it in many different ways, such as by using it as a variation of the Christian cross. Scarab beetle. The Egyptian scarab beetle is one of the most common symbols in ancient Egyptian culture. It was worn as amulets for hundreds of years by the living and the dead, as an Egyptian symbol of protection, as well as death. The scarab beetle comes from a species of the dung beetle. The idea came from rolling the dung into a ball, and laying its eggs in it. And when the eggs hatched, the dung was served as food for them. When Egyptians saw this phenomenon, they immediately associated this beetle with the divine manifestation of the early morning sun, Khepri, whose name was written with the scarab hieroglyph, and who was believed to roll the disk of the morning sun over the eastern horizon at daybreak. Dew. Dew symbol depicts the mountain ranges of Egypt. It shows its peaks, with a valley running in between. This is a representation of the cosmic beliefs ancient Egyptians held, rather than being seen as a literal mountain. Egyptians believed that the heavens were held by a cosmic mountain with two peaks, with the Nile River in the middle. Benben. Primordial hill. The Benben stone was the primeval hill, on which the creator god, Atum, first landed. The god looked around, and realized that there was nothing around him but darkness and chaos. Desiring companionship, Atum began the work of creation. Atum created Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut left Atum on the Benben stone. After some time, Atum is said to have grown worried about his children. Removing his eye, he sent it in search for them. Shu and Tefnut returned with their father's eye, and the deity,
The
seeing
sound,
his children
it
return,
sounds
shed
like
tears of joy.
billions. And
These
not one usually
teardrops,
say that.
which fell on the Benben stone that Autumn was standing on, transformed into human beings. The idea of this hill rising had a profound effect on the Egyptians, being used as everything from temple layouts to the possible inspiration behind the pyramids. Was scepter. The was scepter was a staff with an animal head and an open fork at the base. Was scepter is an ancient Egyptian symbol for strength and represents the dominion of the divine power of the gods on earth. Besides being used as an amulet, it was also a type of magical fetish. It was believed to create a bond between the mortal world and the underworld. So, it was held by gods, pharaohs, and priests. It was associated with ancient Egyptian gods like Set, the god of chaos, desert, and war. It was found in the tombs of the pharaohs, as it was believed to protect the well-being of the deceased. Labe. This symbol represents a heart. The Egyptian believed the heart was the center of all consciousness, even the center of life itself.
Wow.
When
Interesting, because Lev is heart in Hebrew. It was fascinating. There was another word that was clearly derived from Egyptian. I don't remember what it was now. But that's interesting. Do you see how they depict?
Any other meaning on that Ben?
What do you mean?
It's talked about, it's referred to as this Ben stone. It's a point of creation of offspring.
Like, what are you asking me though?
Just another Egyptian cognate that has somewhat of a similar association of issuance.
Oh, you're saying that it sounds like Ben is in son?
Yeah, Ben.
I mean, because the idea that like from it the two beings are created.
Yeah, and it's
I can see that
upon the earth.
Another thing would be, so just looking at,
back there.
See, I mean sun, but there's also, let's see next. It's a very common name. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. So, bana means to build.
Yeah. The way Khnum built life. Love maybe also come out of this, like Liebchen, function of the heart.
I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but like, I'm not sure. Though I wonder, why do you think the heart's being depicted in that like humanoid anthropomorphic style? Is it like the idea that it's like the seat of the personality, and so it must be a little person?
Kind of like the mother.
What do you mean?
Kind of like the mother, goddess form.
I mean, not really. I mean, maybe a little.
They were usually made to be sat into the dirt without legs.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
When someone died, it was said that their heart has departed. It was the only organ that was not removed from the body during mummification. In the Book of the Dead, it was the heart that was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, to see if an individual was worthy of joining Osiris in the afterlife. Jed. This symbol consists of a column, made up of a wide base which narrows at the top.
I have a feeling the Jed pillars are probably connected to the idea of Yachin and Boaz, the two pillars of Solomon.
The Jude, the Jew, earlier with the valley and the mountains.
Yeah.
What is the Hebrew root with Judah and Judea and all that meaning?
Yahud, it's not connected. It would be like Yahad. Yahad. It's because keep in mind that there's Juz in Egyptian, there aren't in Hebrew.
Yeah.
So it's just a consequence of modern English. And the term Jew being Jew and Jude and Juif, like Jew.
Top, crossed by 4 parallel lines. Ancient Egyptians believed that Yed pillar was a combination of 4 pillars that held the 4 corners of the earth. It was strongly associated with god Osiris and his return from death. So, it is known as the backbone of Osiris, or the god's backbone. It represents stability, fertility, and resurrection. It was often painted on sarcophagi to help the dead pass on to the afterlife.
There's the tree that he was in.
Tiyet. Tiyet, or Tijet, is a famous ancient Egyptian symbol, known as the knot of Isis, or the blood of Isis. It is very similar to the ankh in shape, but with arms bent downwards. The Tiyet was a funerary amulet, made of red stone or glass. It was thought to bind magic as well. It was mentioned in the Book of the Dead, that it should be buried with the mummy to keep the deceased person strong, and will protect him from whatever can harm him.
It's interesting, what this is reminding me of?
Tanit jumps to mind, but I don't know what else.
Well, there's that, but also, let's see, 1 second.
Basically, seems like a robed monk.
Close. What else does it look like?
Kind of a bird.
I mean, there's always the traditional connection to, menstruation and menstrual blood, but yeah.
All right, here. Let's see if I can find it. It reminds me. Oh wow! I wonder if I might be onto something here. Let's see if I can find a better picture. Here. I mean, not the same hand positioning, but here, like maybe one like this. See, like just the basic outline.
Lady in red.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, the menstruating womb.
And then also just the traditional connections that are drawn between Mary and Isis.
One earlier form of the two pillars are the two standing stone altars for Yahweh and Asherah.
What?
The two standing stone altars, like the ones that were buried at the
Yeah.
temple. Two pillars.
Oh wow, look at this one. This is like halfway in between an Ankh and a what was it? Chet. Interesting. It's fascinating, the stuff that you'll find. If you just do a little bit of digging. Let's see, where were we? Here, should have stuck.
Any
It represents
etymological associations with that Chet?
No.
Isis in her role as a universal mother. So, it might act as an Egyptian symbol of family. Obelisk. The obelisk is an architectural feature that originated in the Old Kingdom of Egypt around 2300 BCE. It is a tall, four-sided, narrow tapering monument, which ends in a pyramid-like shape called pyramidion at the top. Originally they were called Khnum by their builders, the ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians would embellish all four sides of the obelisk's shaft with hieroglyphs that included religious dedications, most commonly for the sun god Ra, as well as tributes to the rulers. Obelisks would serve as a sundial, and the time of the day was indicated by the movement of the monument's shadows. So, obelisks had a practical purpose. They were essentially a way to tell the time, by reading the shadow that it made. One of the most basic symbolic meanings of the obelisk was as an image of the sun's rays. Solar worship was a prime religious belief among the ancient Egyptians. Phallic symbolism was quite common in ancient times, and was often depicted in architecture. The obelisk is often considered to be such a phallic symbol, signifying the masculinity of the earth. The obelisk here symbolically represents Geb, the male god, Earth, who sexually contacts with Nut, the female goddess, the sky. Hence life goes on.
Yep, that was inversion of Anu.
Biditi, the winged sun. The representations of this symbol show it as its name indicates. A sun or solar disk in the center with spread wings on either. In many cases, the winged sun also had Egyptian cobras flanking it. The symbol became an amulet of protection over time, since Horus had defeated the mighty antagonist Set, in the form of the winged sun. This symbol became associated with protection against evil. It was associated with the supreme power of Horus and his representative on earth, the Pharaoh. The symbol is among the oldest in the world, and variations of it are seen in many different cultures. Ouroboros. It is known as the infinity symbol. The Ouroboros is one of the most significant and unique Egyptian symbols in ancient Egypt. The Egyptian name for it was Sedem Ra, which means tail in the mouth. It depicts a serpent with its tail in its mouth, continually devouring itself, and reborn from itself. This is the symbol of rebirth and immortality used in Egypt since 1600 BC. It was first discovered in King Tutankhamun's tomb. This symbol entered the Western world via some magical papyrus. The name, Ouroboros, is a Greek name that means devouring tail, and symbolizes eternity, the beginning and the end. This symbol has appeared in Gnosticism and Hermeticism, and most notably in alchemy, in the shape of an emblematic serpent or a dragon, that expresses the unity of all things, both material and spiritual, which changes form in an eternal cycle of total destruction and recreation. Nowadays, Ouroboros is one of the Egyptian symbols used as a tattoo. Wedjat. The Eye of Horus. The Eye of Horus is the symbol of power, protection and good health. According to Isis and Osiris' famous myth, when Horus reached adulthood, he thought to avenge his father's death. He fought his uncle Set, and during the battle, Horus lost his left eye, that broke into 6 pieces. Thoth, the god of wisdom, magically restored Horus's eye, and then it became known as Wedjat, which means whole, or healthy. Ancient Egyptians started to believe it has healing power.
Interesting.
Due to its protective and healing.
You know what? It reminds me of this idea of the Shrirat HaKelim, the shattering of the vessels, or like the vessels into divine sparks, and this idea of Tikkun Olam, like the reparation of the world, or like repairing the world, which some people just take in a very secular way, which I think it needs to be done both ways, but it does need to be done. Like, you know, doing good where you can, fixing wrong where you can see it. You know, I mean, not like, oh, I know what's better, but literally this idea of helping others and to repair injustices that have been wrought. And like, some people take that very like, what's the word? Like they'll very catchphrasey, like, oh, you know, let's do some tikkun olam, but it's like they don't really even know what it means. And it's also like, wait, what is it? There's that's only part of it. Actually, let me look this up real quick. Tikkun olam.
World repair.
Yeah, no, that's what it is, but that's only part of it. Let's see.
That idea of wholeness, healing, related.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Tikkun Olam origin. Let's see. Shoot, wait, is this? Yeah, this isn't really what I'm looking for. I'm trying to. Tikkun Olam. See, is it? Let's see. Okay, this is what it is. Hold on. Oh wow. Okay, so it's from Alenu. So here I'm gonna. So this is one of the things that my rabbi mentioned the other. Actually, I don't even remember who said it, but it might have been something I listened to online. Okay, so Aleinu. Let's see, Safaria. Probably find it there. Safaria. So, check this out. So, let's see. Let's see. עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולות והצד ראשית שלא עשינו כגויי הרצון ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם, שהם משתחווים להברי ומתפללים אל לא יש ואנחנו Okay, wait, hold on. So part of it I don't remember, but if Matt, wait. חלקנו קיים וגורלנו כמו אמונה. wait. ואנחנו מודים לפני מלכי wait. Why am I'm remembering something wrong. Wait. Okay. It's חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם, ואנחנו קוראים I'm misremembering something, or maybe this is a different version, but oh, I'm an idiot. I was looking for Korim with a Kof. That's oh my god, I feel so stupid. It was right in front of me. That's it's literally like Venachnu Korim U'Mishachavim U'Modim. Because the thing is, I'm used to this just doing it like off like from like was this like from ear or whatever. So I don't actually. This is the first time I've ever actually properly read it, because normally it took me too long to read Hebrew, but now I'm getting a lot faster. So I'm my eraser. עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גאולה ויוצאת ראשית, שלא עשינו כגויי הרצון ולא שם לנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם, ככל המונם שהם משתחווים להם. Oh, that's what I don't remember. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומושב יקרוב בשמיים ממעל, ושכינת עוזו בגבי מרומים, הוא אלוהינו אין עוד אמן מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו וידעת היום והשבותה אל לבבך, כי אדוני הוא אלוהים בשמיים ממעל ועל הארץ מתחתינו. Wait, what? So then what is this? על כן יכווה לך אדוני אלוהינו לראות מהרום בתפארת עוזך, להעביר גדולים מן הארץ והאלילים כרוד יחרטון, לתקן עולם במלכות שדי, וכל בני בשר יקרו בשמך. Hey, this is a part. So litaken olam b'malchut shaddai. So whoever it was I heard this from, I legitimately don't remember. So he said, so everyone knows about tikkun olam. Here you have taken, litaken olam, to become straight, to repair, to establish, to make firm, to arrange, prepare, put straight. Litaken olam, to make, to repair long duration, antiquity, continuous existence, eternity, world in the Bible, with a possible exemption of one case. Allah never has a meaning world. Wait, what? World. Allah never has a meaning world. I don't understand what the difference it's saying is, but mankind, humanity, pleasures of life, community. Allah. Oh, it's saying world. According to some scholars, these words literally mean the hidden, unknown time, and derive from the base alam, to hide. It can also mean nature, existence, world. But litaken olam bimalchut Shaddai, in the kingdom of Shaddai. So basically, it's saying to repair the world in the kingdom of Shaddai.
So the Tekane is to make straight.
Yeah.
It seems to maybe relate to technology. And are you pulling that from the obelisk of Tekane?
I mean, you could derive that from that, but I do not think that it is connected at all. I mean, unless, what's the root for technos? I mean, let's see.
Egyptian meaning Tekane.
Let's see.
To fashion.
Skill, art, or craft. No, completely different. I mean, you could argue that
to craft is to fashion.
Yeah, but it's really it's such a stretch. Like, believe me, I wish that it was that, but I just really don't think that it's realistic to make that claim.
Well, why should you let that stop you? That doesn't stop other people.
Here, like, let's see, the Takan.
Even a little bit of the Khnum in there.
Takan, look at this. So arrange, put straight, set in order. Takanu, be well ordered, especially in PL as Aramaic, be established firm. Tekin, fix, arrange, prepare, make straight. It's not. There's just really no. There's nothing to even make. Like there's some things I think are a stretch. This isn't even a stretch. This just doesn't work. I wish it did. But also, if you're looking for connections there, you should be looking with a cough, not with a cough. But anyway, so let's see. But malchut Shaddai. So it's interesting. But anyway, let's get back into the video, and then we'll start.
So the cave and the cough can't be closely
No.
related, just like the and sus.
No.
It's even the th and sa is even further apart.
No, because kof and cough, they're two completely different letters. They're used in different contexts as well.
But they are the same, similar, very similar phonetic.
I mean, they are, but what I'm saying is it's at least.
All these other cognates are this.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's. Yeah, but the meaning isn't connected. So if you want to find a connection, it's not with this word, not how it's used. It's only through like human associations that you can actually make technology. Because the thing is, technos by itself doesn't mean to repair, like to make straight or repair. It has to do with skill. You could argue skill is needed in order to repair, but it's too much of a stretch, dude. That's like, you could use that to say any word is connected to anything. It's just too broad.
Horus was used as.
What?
Do we know what the Tekanu is in Egyptian?
What the what?
techenu, the word for obelisk?
What do you mean? Like
What the roots are there?
I don't know. Egyptian isn't my. I mean, I could try to find it, but.
So obelisk isn't Egyptian?
Well, this doesn't tell me.
I was going to say Wikipedia often has etymology, but whatever.
Here, let's see. See, it's another thing if you're trying to say that like technos is connected to this. That might be another thing. I'm just telling you, it's not connected to tikkun. Let's see, obelisk.
Once the words are borrowed into a language, then there are all these associations made with words in that language.
Yeah, but based on how we can understand things going back, there's no, like, there's some words where it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly the case. This I don't think is realistic, like, especially because the context this appears in, it's later. It's from Aramaic, so there's like, I mean that alone isn't a reason why it wouldn't be it. But the point is that I'm telling you, like it's possible there's a root with it, but it's this root isn't. It's just it's way too far off.
So what is it in Egypt?
I don't know. I'm telling you, all I can find on that is
it's not known.
I mean, I don't think they know everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. Often, once it becomes associated with a particular object type concept, it gets divorced from whatever its root meaning was. I wondered about that with the Southern Ra on the Ouroboros.
I mean, so here, look at this. So techne, craft, skill, trade, art, cunning, wile, means. None of those are connected with the idea of repairing.
Repairing is part of a crafting. It's making.
It is, but that's like saying that build and cut is connected because you need to cut in order to build.
And the Khnum as a building.
I just use that as
broken, like the thing broken that's put back together. It's rebuilt.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the like for instance, the word for harvest and the word for cut being similar makes sense because one word implies the other, but you don't have that with this. Like the word craft does not imply repair.
Who would you go to for repair? A craftsman?
I mean, again, that's a way you would say it in English, but not in Semitic, because the word would be derived from the word to repair itself. But again, this is just one word. There's plenty of other words. It just so happens that by the time that that the liturgy was being written, Aramaic was a heavy source of linguistics, and so that means that you're like I'm telling you, there's literally only like a few occurrences that tikkun occurs in Hebrew, like in the Hebrew Bible. It's not something that's really you're going to find much about. Like I'm telling you, this is barking up the wrong.
More likely to be a foreign word than actually from a local root.
Right. It's too far. It would be more likely to be connected to Assyrian than it would be to Egyptian. That's my point. And if anything, it seems like that like there's a closer connection between Greek and Egyptian than there is to anything Semitic, at least in this case.
And the Greek and the Assyrian.
That's the thing. There might be a connection there, but it's to the point where like it's too far. It's a thing where it's close enough where you could make the case, but it's too far to actually know. But let's see, what am I looking for? Let's see. Makat habechorot.
Pretty much, unless you're getting a Rosetta Stone transference.
Let's see. Let's see, what am I looking for? Let's see. Let's see if I'm able to find anything that's not copyrighted. Oh, this looks potentially interesting.
Okay, good. We are finally ready to start. Thank you, Shlomo. I see we have some young people joining us today. To the young people. That's very nice. Pesach is a holiday for young people. And I'm going to read the pasuk. ויקרא משה לכל זקני ישראל ויאמר עליהם משכו וקחו לכם צאן למשפחותיכם ושחטו הפסח. Okay, so Moshe Rabbeinu is getting the Jewish people ready for Makat Bechorot. He's getting them ready for Makat Bechorot.
Oh my god, that's too funny. The captions, the auto captions, it thought Moshe Rabbeinu is Michelle Obama.
Moshe Rabbeinu is getting the Okay, so Moshe Rabbeinu.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Jewish people ready for Makat Bechorot. He's getting them ready for Makat Bechorot because, as you know, during Makat Bechorot, there will be a mashlit, a destructive force. The Torah says that it was Hashem himself that entered Egypt. And this force will kill every single Bechor in Mitzrayim. And it will not distinguish necessarily between Jew and non-Jew. Rather, what's going to happen is...
Holy crap. That's a direct parallel to the slaughter of Sekhmet.
Moshe Rabbeinu is going to give specific instructions, and whoever follows these instructions will be saved. So Moshe Rabbeinu, he calls the Zekenim of the Jewish people, he calls the elders of Israel. But the truth is, Zekenim doesn't mean elders older in age. It actually means the political leaders. So he calls the political leaders, and hold on one second. Yes, he calls the political leaders of Israel, and he wants to give them the instructions because they're going to transmit the instructions forward to Am Yisrael, right? So every leader, the tribes had their leaders. Each tribe had its own leaders, and then these leaders will speak to the members of the tribes and will instruct them. So he says, here's the instructions. Mishechu, I want you to pull. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Mishechu, ukhu lachem son, and I want you to acquire for yourselves a sheep. Son in Hebrew can mean either a sheep or a goat. Lemishpechotechem. And you need to acquire one sheep or goat for each family. And this goat will become korban pesach. This son will become korban pesach. V'shachatu pesach. You could have to make shachita on this animal. I hope it's okay that we have kids in the class. I'll try not to be too graphic. Okay, I'll take account of that. It's going to be PG, not rated G. It's going to be rated PG. Okay. Did somebody just drop off? Is that what happened now? Okay. Continuing. I'm reading now the Ankelos or Onkelos. וקרא משה לכל שרי ישראל ואמר להון, התנגדו וסרו לכל מין בני ענה לזר אייתכון וחוסו פסחה. Okay. So he says mishechu means, according to Ankelos, when he said pull, right? Mishechu means pull. Himashechu, it means pull yourselves. What does it mean, pull yourselves? It means when a person is on a mission, when a person is instructed to do something, he is told, get up and go, right? So let's say the wife needs milk for the kids. Go get the milk now. Get up and go. So how do you say get up and go in Hebrew? Mishechu, right? So mishechu literally means pull yourselves. You understand the point of mishechu? Pull yourselves means get up.
No, it
and
would
do
be
this. It's important. But that's the way Ankelos explains. Let me see if there's anything that catches my attention quickly. Give me a moment. Right. Sadiagon similarly to Onkelos says he pashtu, spread out, meaning spread out, because you're going to have to spread out in Egypt to buy enough sheep, because figure you have like 2 million Jews. How many families do you have in those 2 million Jews? That's a lot of families. So it means spread out, go whatever you need to do. You must do this. Okay. So Onkelos emphasizes more the idea of get up and go. Rasag emphasizes the fact, go spread out throughout Egypt, find this sheep. You have no choice. Okay.
This is kind of dark. It sounds like a sheep genocide.
Continuing in the reading. ולקחתם עבודת אזוב וטבלתם בדם אשר בסף והגעתם אל המשקוף ואל שתי המזוזות מן הדם אשר בסף ואתם לא תשאו איש מפתח ביתו עד בוקר. ולקחתם. You must take a branch of I don't know how to say it in English. In Hebrew, it's zatar. Are you familiar with the zatar? That our parents used to take bread, chibzu zatar, and they would put it in this herb that was ground up into a flour-like substance. I think it's haisap, if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody know what zatar is in English for sure? If you know, you may unmute yourself and enlighten us. Well, I'm pretty sure it's what I said. So it's a type, and by the way, it grows all over Israel. It's like a little, it's an herbal plant that grows all over Eretz Yisrael, and it's like a branch. So he says, take a branch of zatar, right? And let me see if I can find a picture of this. Of Pesach Mitzrayim. Give me a moment. Oh, this is a Pesach in Beit HaMikdash. This is not Pesach Mitzrayim. Okay. So take this branch. Now what's going to happen is when you do shechita on the son, you're going to gather the liquid portion unintentionally, because I see there's kids there, so I'm intentionally censoring the B word, right? You're going to capture the liquid portion in a bowl, right? And you're going to take this branch and dip it in that liquid, right? Right? Utvaltem badam asher basaf. What does it mean? Utvaltem badam asher basaf. You will put the branch of hyssop into the bowl with that liquid. Okay? And what are you going to do with that? So the mashkof, and you have a door, right? You have a doorway. The top part, the bottom part is called the lintel. I'm sorry, the threshold. The top part I think is called the lintel, and the two sides are the doorposts. Let me just make sure that I have this right. Give me a moment. Yeah, hold on 1 second. The question is on my English, not on the reality.
Yeah, you're right, Robert. Lintel is the top, right?
Yes, that's the yeah.
Lintel is the top.
Is the top. Got it. Yes, I see it here. Lintel is the top. Good. So
the other word might be right. The other word might be hyssop or hyssop. I'm not sure.
Hyssop.
Not sure either way.
I see. Okay.
Either way.
Okay. So so good. All right. So at least we have the right words and not the right pronunciation. So you're going to take this branch. You're going to dip it in that bowl, the bowl that contains that liquid. And what are you going to do? You're going to touch the lintel, which is the top. You know, you have the frame in which the door is placed. The top part, the lintel, you're going to color it with this red substance, and then the two doorposts. This is the outside part of the door, right? And the instruction is, no one is allowed to leave their house until the morning, meaning for the entire night, you must stay indoor. That's the instruction. Okay, I'm looking now at Ankelos.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Please.
Who is going to see the blood?
Well,
only Hashem?
Right. So we're going to see. So in the next,
Hashem or for other Egyptians or anything like that.
Right. So in the next pasuk, we're going to be dealing exactly with that question: who is going to see the blood? Okay. And I just
why I'm asking, of course, it's nighttime, and how are you going to see it?
Right. Right. So correct. So who is going to see it? We'll see in a moment. The next pasuk is going to say. That's a good question. Okay. All right. So let me read now Ankelos with your permission. Okay. V'tisevun hasarat ezavah. You should take a branch of hyssop or hyssop, however you pronounce it. Actually, give me a moment. I will now.
Such a perfectionist.
No, it's just, I want to hear.
Hyssop.
Hyssop. You heard that? It's hyssop. It's a small, bushy, aromatic plant of the mint family, the bitter minty leaves of which are used in cooking and herbal medicine. Okay. So hyssop. Thank you, Mikey. You were right. It's hyssop. Okay. So getting back to ankelos, okay? You would take the hyssop branch and put it in the liquid which is in the bowl. Nobody is allowed to leave their house until the morning. So that was a kind of scary night. At some level, it was a scary night because there was a lot of bad stuff happening outside. And what's the only thing that can save you from the bad stuff happening outside? To stay with the family inside. Okay. Let me see.
Because like the peak is in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, around Pesach, actually. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's continue. ועבר אדוני לנגוף את מצרים וראה את הדם על המשקוף ועל שתי המזוזות ופסח אדוני על הפתח ולא ייתן המשחית לבוא אל בתיכם לנגוף. And what's going to happen on this night, the night of the 15th of Nissan, meaning Wednesday night, Wednesday night, of course, that's the night of the Seder. Hashem is going to pass through Egypt for the purpose of attacking them. Negifa, lingof is like when you attack an enemy, right? And when Hashem passes through Egypt, he will see the blood. Elliot, this answers your question. He will see the blood on the lintel, and he will see the blood on the two doorposts. Ufasach Adonai ala petach velo yiten hamashit lavo el batechem lingof. He will see the blood, attack an enemy, for the purpose of attacking them. Negifa, lingof is like when you attack an enemy, right? And when Hashem passes through Egypt, he will see the blood, Elliot, right? Of attacking them. Negifa, lingof is like when you attack an enemy, right? Purpose of attacking them. Negifa, lingof is like when you attack an enemy, right? And when Hashem passes through Egypt, he will see the blood. Elliot, this answers your question. He will see the blood on the lintel, and he will see the blood on the two doorposts. Ufasach Adonai ala petach velo yiten hamashit lavo el batechem lingof. And Hashem is going to, okay, what does the word fasach mean? So as long as we're studying together, and I'm the teacher, I'll explain to you what the word fasach means. Let me look first. What is the word fasach? What does everybody think the word fasach means? How about we start with that? What is a holiday called in English? To skip, exactly. And that's why it's called Passover, because on this night, Hashem passed over. But if you look at the pasuk, it says that Hashem will not let the mashchit enter your houses. So there is a mashchit. Hashem is, so here's what's interesting. Hashem is entering Egypt, but together with Hashem, there's a mashchit, there's a destroyer, some destructive, evil force. Hashem will see the blood, and he will protect you from that destructive, evil force. So what does the word fasach mean? Let me look at ankelos, and I will see what he says, because there is some confusion as to the meaning of this word. Okay? I'm reading ankelos now. Ankelos says Hashem will reveal himself in Egypt for the purpose of destroying, of smiting the Egyptians. And he will observe that there is blood on the lintel, the alteren and on the two doorposts. And listen to the word that Ankelos uses for Pesach, ufasach. Ve'yechus Adonai al ta'ah. Ve'yechus. What does it mean? Ve'yechus literally means Hashem will have mercy on. What does it mean? He will have mercy on. What does that mean? Anybody venture to guess? He will have compassion on them. Right? So what does it mean? It doesn't mean what we say. Passover doesn't mean that Hashem will skip over. Hashem doesn't skip over anything because he doesn't exist in space. Passover means to guard, to protect. So when a mommy has a baby that she loves that baby, and she's cradling the baby in her arms. She loves it, right? So Pesach means Hashem will, so to speak, love us, and he will protect us. It's love, protect at the same time, like when a mommy cradles her baby. And that makes sense because it's not Hashem that's doing the killing. It's the mashchit. Excuse me? I'm sorry, somebody said something? Oh, okay, I thought somebody said something. So basically, there is this destructive force, and Hashem is going to protect us from the destructive force. By the way, what is Pesach called in the Torah other than Pesach? What is another name for the holiday?
Chag HaMatzot, the holiday of matzah. What is it? Chag, was it, Chag Chorin, or was it trying to think. No, his Chag Goalenu, the holiday of our redemption.
Chag HaMatzot.
Yes, excellent. What is another name for the holiday which will appear soon in this parasha?
Chag HaCherut.
Chag HaCherut. Okay, that doesn't appear in the parasha, but yes, you're correct. That is a name. There is another name. Lel. I'll open it up.
Night
I'll
of
show you now. You see this? Lel Shimurim. You see what I marked?
night.
Do you see it? What does Shimurim mean? A night of protection. So it's not what we were taught in school, that Passover. That
Wait, what?
Jumped. What I marked on the screen, do you see it? What does Shimurim mean?
Shimor?
A night of protection. So it's not what we were taught in school, that Passover, that Hashem jumped over. Hashem didn't jump over. Hashem doesn't jump. Chas v'shalom. He doesn't exist in space. Furthermore, Hashem wasn't personally, he wasn't killing. There was a mashchit that was doing the killing, right? It says, let me show you the.
I can't help but, comment, well, how convenient. It wasn't God doing the killing. He had an executioner. So his hands were clean. At least physically speaking.
Yeah, God is protecting you from himself.
It's like my right hand's going, or my right hand's going to protect you from my left hand. It's like, it's like you have a knife in one hand. It's like, Anyway,
that's what we're reading just now. So Hashem is going to protect us, thereby preventing the destroyer from entering your house. You see that? So Pesach means the night of protection, but it is a protection that comes from love. It's not like a guard protecting the palace. That's like, this is a type of lachus. It's a mommy cradling her baby. That's the meaning of Pesach. Hashem loves the Jewish people, and he's going to be protecting us from the destructive force. Okay? Let's continue.
If only things were that simple. All right, let's see, where are we at? Oh shoot, did I? Let's see. See, where were we at? Oh shoot, we're at Exodus. See, we were at, I think 12. Is it, or no, 11? Yeah, and it's this one's pretty short. Let's see. I need to get. I need a tune for this. What was it? It's like normally I have no trouble remembering the tune. Where was it? Wait, did we ever finish? Oh shoot, we could always watch this later when I need a break. Where was it? Oh right. Let's see. Music. Shoot. Where is it? Music. Here. All right. Where is it? Where is it? 4? Yeah. I just want to make sure that that's where it is. Safari. Let's see. It is 4. Yeah. All right. Okay. ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר פחד ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. And let's see here. Let's see. ויאמר משה כה אמר אדוני כחצות הלילה אני יוצא בתוך מצרים ומת כל הבכור בארץ מצרים מבכור פרעה היושב על כיסאו עד בכור אשיבך אשר אחר הרחיים וכל בכור בהמה והייתה צעקה גדולה בכל ארץ מצרים אשר כמהו לא נהיה הייתה וכמוהו לא תוסיפו לכל בני ישראל לא יחרץ כלב לשונו למאיש ועד בהמה למען תדעון אשר יפלה אדוני בין מצרים ובין ישראל וירדו כל עבדיך אלי והשתחוו לי לאומר צאתה וכל העם אשר ברגליך ואחרי כן נצא ויצא מעם פרעה ואחריו ויאמר אדוני אל משה לא ישמע ועליכם פרעה למען רבות מעופתי בארץ מצרים ומשה ואהרון עשו את כל המופתים האלה לפני פרעה ויחזק אדוני את לפרעה לא שילח את בני ישראל מארצו. And Moses said thus, and Moses said, thus said Adonai, kechatzot halayla, like the end, like the ends, wait, chatzot? Oh, from chetzi. Like or at, around half of the night, I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and I will, I will slay, or I will kill, or I will cause, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt will die from the firstborn of Pharaoh that dwells upon his throne until the firstborn of the handmaid that is last, who is after Harechaim, after the millstones, or who is behind the millstones, and all the firstborn of the cattle. Which is interesting because there's a tradition that's also like the ones that were supposed to be dedicated to the gods, which is interesting. You know, I literally just noticed that right now. That was not something that I planned to say. I just noticed it right now. Because this idea of the first fruits and the yeah.
I was going to say also the cattle and not the lambs or sheep.
Oh yeah, that would be very inconvenient. Because it's like, well, what are we going? Obviously they're not going to kill all of them because they need some to, bring with them into the wilderness. Anyway, let's see. And there was a great outcry, and there will be a great outcry in all the land of Egypt. Millstone and all the and there will be a great cry that goes out in all the land of Egypt, as there has not been, and that there will not be like it ever again. It'll not happen again. And for all the children of Israel, they will the dog will not sharpen its teeth, and from a man and until a beast. From a man until a beast, or from a man until beast, so that they may know that Adonai Yahweh distinguishes Bein Mitzrayim Bein Israel, between Egyptians and Israelites. Well, that's convenient, except for the Egyptians. I'm sure they don't like that. At the same time, their gods distinguish between them and the Israelites, so why shouldn't he? Again, not arguing for segregation. I think that's bad, especially because realistically, a lot of these gods are cognates for each other. They're just different names. Let's see. Where are we at? Vayaradu kol avadecha, and all your servants will go down, and they will go down them to you, and they will bow down to me, saying, "Go, you go, and all your people that are at your feet." And after that, afterwards that you afterward itse vayetse, afterward I will go and you will go from the presence of Pharaoh Bechari in fiery anger. It says, after that I will depart and let's see, saying, depart you and all the people who follow you. And after that, and after that I will depart, I will leave. And he left from the presence of Pharaoh in a hot anger. Okay, so I totally misunderstood that. It's interesting because it's Eitze, Vayetze, but really it's not Eitze, Vayetze, it's Eitze, or like Vachre Ken Eitze. Vayetze, mate. Like it's, there would be a period there if that was a thing here.
Periods weren't invented yet.
Sorry, what?
I said periods weren't invented yet.
Well, they were for some people.
Just not languages.
But bump. So yeah, Hare, it's also from, like, it's connected to the Haran, which is Haran can also be anger. But yeah, if hot anger at Chariaf. But this could be like the heat, or the angry heat of his nose, like he was, like snarling, or like not snoring, but like blowing smoke out of his nose, basically. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe, and Adonai said to Moshe, Lo yishma elechem, do not listen to them, or do not listen. Wait, no, Pharaoh will not listen to you, Lama and Rava, so that my marvels will be great in the land of Egypt. I don't know why it says multiplied. I guess multiplied just being multiple, not necessarily like multiplications of this number specifically. Well, I guess multiplications of plagues. So multiplications of 1. So 1 times 10 is 10. But that's just intrinsic. Anyway, in the land of Egypt. Moshe ve'Aharon asu et kol hamuftam. And Moshe and Aaron did all the wonders, or all the marvels that they had performed all these these marvels before Pharaoh, and Adonai strengthened the heart of Pharaoh, and he would not let the Israelites go from the land, from his land. ויאמר אדוני אל משה ואל אהרון בארץ מצרים לאמר, החודש הזה לכם ראש חדשים, ראשון הוא לכם לחודשי השנה. דברו אל כל עדת ישראל, לאמר ב12 לחודש הזה, ויקחו להם איש לבית אבות סלע בית, ואם ימד הבית מאוד מסהו, ולקחו ושכנו הקרוב אל ביתו במשחת נפשות איש לפי תחוסו על הסת עמים זכר בן שנה יהיה לכם מן הכבשים ומן העזים תיקחו, והיה לכם למשמרת עד 14 יום לחודש הזה, ושחטו אותו כל עדת ישראל בין הערבים, ולקחו מן הדם ונתנו על שתי המזוזות ועל משקוף על הבתים אשר יאכלו אותו בהם, ואכלו את הבשר בלילה הזה. צלישו מצות על מרורים ויאכלו על תאכלו ממנו נאוו בשר ובשל מבושל במים, כי אם צלי יהיה אש ראשו על קרעיה ועל קהיר בו, ולא תהירו ממנו עד בוקר, והנותר ממנו עד בוקר באש תשרפו. And Adonai said to Moshe and to Aharon in the land of Egypt, saying, I don't know. It says he spoke to them, saying, "Oh yeah, this month, the head, this month, shall be the start or the head of the months. This is the first month for you, L'chodshei Hashanah, for the months of the year." So interesting. So they're establishing here like the calendar, and for whatever reason, this isn't what's used anymore because the new year is counted from. It's counted from like the fall rather than the spring. It's interesting. It's almost an inversion, if not just an inversion. See, speak to all the council or all the community of Israel and say, Be'asor, and say on the 10th. Say on the 10th. Let's see. On the 10th of the month. 10th of this month, and take, that they shall take for themselves, each man, for seh, a sheep or a goat for the house of his father, so like for his family, celibate, a goat or sheep for his house. And if the house is too small, is not like basically they're not able to afford, or they're too small to have a sheep or a goat, then they shall take from their neighbors, that is from their near, like next door, like basically their close neighbors. That is close to their house, literally close to their house, so a nearby neighbor. V'michsat, and they shall compensate the nefashot, the being. I feel like there's got to be another meaning. I don't know, like the substance, maybe the activity of. I don't know. The soul, he shall like recompense the soul of a man. I don't know, lafi, before, according to what he eats or what they eat. Ad techasu. It should be estimated upon the goat. I'm like starting to get tired, so I do not know exactly. I mean, like it. You shall contribute for the lamb according to what each household will eat. I mean, it makes sense. Pay what you eat. Setamim, a pure seh, a pure male goat or sheep. Ben shana, a yearling. It shall be, a male. I said a yearling male. It must be. And for you, me, and you may lachem. And for you, from the kfasim, from the sheep, and from the goats, you may take for yourselves. Let's see. Oh, one second. Let's see. One second. All right. And it shall be for you, lemishmeret, to and you shall guard it or watch over it, until Arba Asar, until the 14th day, Yom Lachodesh, day of the month, of this month. Vishachatu, and you shall slaughter it. Oto Kol Kahal, the entire congregation of the entire assembly of the congregation of Israel, Bein Ha'aravim, between the evenings. Doesn't really make sense. Between the, I guess it says at twilight. I don't really get how Bein Ha'aravim. How does between the Arabs between? How does between the evenings or between the eves? I don't know. Oh, maybe it's. Oh, it's maybe like evening versus. Isn't. Let's
Well,
see.
aren't they? Isn't that a possible reference to how in Judaism the evening starts the next day? Sundown is the beginning of the day, maybe.
Okay, I think I remember what it was. I might be wrong about this. So isn't there something like Evenstar and Eventide?
Yeah, I pronounce it even, but yeah, sure. I don't know exactly the meaning, but I know I've seen the words before.
Evenstar.
That's often short for evening star, and that would again be
Yeah.
a reference to Venus / Lucifer.
Let's see. So it's interesting. Evening Star isn't as catchy as Even Star, and Morn Star isn't as catchy as Morning Star. Anyway, Vilakahu, and you shall and take from the blood, and not new all stay and you'll take from the blood and give and place it or set it upon two two doorposts, the alha mashkuf, and upon the, I guess the lintel, it said, yeah, lintel of door, upon the of or upon the house, that yochlu oto, that in which they are to eat it inside. Ve'achlu et habasar, and they will eat the flesh or the meat, balila, at night, this night, tili esh, roasted over fire, umatzot, and unleavened bread or matzahs, al merorim, over bitter herbs. Almost seems like the bitter herbs might have been like, there might have, like, maybe that's what protected them. I don't know. It's kind of seems a bit far out there, but they upon the merorim, the bitter herbs, yochlehu, upon it they ate it. They shall eat it all that way. Let's see. Al tochlu, do not eat from it, please, or like lest. Do not eat from it, if it is not cooked, or washed in water, like cooked or prepared in water, because if it is roasted on fire, wait, do not eat any of it raw or cooked in any way with what? Oh, it's saying do not if it's not certainly cooked, or if it wait uvashel mevushal, if you certainly cook it in water, prepared in water, because if it is roasted on fire, reshol, its head upon karav, upon its legs, upon its like head, legs, and all, and its innards on the fire. It do not. This is not clear at all. What do you think this is trying to say?
I don't have a clue.
Let's see. Do not eat any of it while it's still raw. The reason, according to Ibn Ezra, the reason for prohibition is seeing that we had slaughtered an animal that was an abomination for the Egyptians. The Israelites would not dare to roast or cook it for a long time in order that the Egyptians would not become more. Basically, they're waiting until the Egyptians are too worried about their kids dying. It's fucked up. The Torah insists that everything they were doing should be performed in such a way that the Egyptians would be completely aware of it. Hence the line, Russia, its head with its legs with its entrails. It must not be boiled in a pot, as then it would be seen by the Egyptians as the pots had lids. What?
I got to be honest, it really didn't help resolve things for me.
Apparently, this is saying na is pray now. It can also be raw, interestingly. So do not eat from it raw or prepared or like washed in water. Interesting. Cooked or boiled in water. Interesting. But yeah, it's so weird. What's it saying with this?
It's saying you can only eat it roasted or basically fried.
Yeah, but like, what's the reason? It almost seems like it's a disease thing.
That would be a good bet on it, is you need to get the temperature above 212 Fahrenheit or 100 Celsius, which is what you're going to get in boiling water. And if it's a disease thing, if you get it up to say 300 or 400 degrees, that would kill bacteria that wouldn't get killed in the boiling water. Tag.
Interesting. And on top of that, you also have the fact that by doing it all, like by not removing any part of the body, you're ensuring that it doesn't accidentally get used for something else and then contaminate it without first roasting the whole thing. Also, I didn't catch this before, but it's how it says its head and it's this other word for legs, ra'av. What's interesting, kara, it's leg. So it's this idea of head and feet, but like feet and legs, there's not really a word difference between foot and leg in Hebrew. So that's worth noting. It's also like bending legs, so having to do with knees then, I guess. All right, anyway. Let's see. All right. Velo totiro, and you shall not leave any remainder. I think that's what it's saying. You shall not leave remains. Yeah, this definitely sounds like they're concerned about pathogens, or like yeah, you shall not leave any from it until morning, and hanotar, and if there is any remnants from it until the morning, in the fire you shall burn it. Interesting. Do you think this helps to support that idea? At least like this hyper awareness of like foodborne pathogens.
No, I would say so.
See, if you were to do so, no one would know when it had been consumed. You must burn in the fire by morning. In the event you were forced to leave something over. The point in all this is to demonstrate your disdain of the lamb as a deity. Boom. Boom. Oh, shit. I think this really helps to show that you do not want to say that Jesus is the Passover lamb unless you're into more Gnostic Christianity. Either that, or maybe that's why the Jews didn't like him when people or not that, but like people don't like Jews don't like when they insinuate that he's a Passover sacrifice, because it's like, okay, but you do realize we did that because we didn't like the lamb god, right? But I don't know, it's wild how the theology ends up kind of just ending up. But anyway, that which remains, burn it with fire. If one was unable to eat one's portion due to circumstances beyond one's control, if that says that references to the bones. However, Scripture only speaks of what is normal. Scripture only speaks of what is normal. I don't think that's necessarily always true. All right, that's a good enough answer. The kacha tochlu. Oh wait, here. So that's a good place to. I need to give everybody a tiny bit of a break and also check where we are at. So we're at 12. All right, so we'll all right, this works out. So there's 28. So we've got 18 more, and then we'll be done with the fifth one, and that leaves 2 more. Perfect. So we'll continue with the Egyptian symbolism video, and I need to get something to eat.
It's an amulet for the living and the dead. Some Egyptologists think that the Eye of Horus was used by ancient Egyptians as a mathematical symbol. Every part of the 6 represents a measurement unit and is associated with one of the human senses. The right side representing smell equals half. The pupil representing sight equals 1/4. The eyebrow representing thought equals 1/8. The left side representing hearing equals 1/16. The curved tail that looks like a tongue representing taste equals 1/32. And the teardrop representing touch equals 1/64. Surprisingly, if we superimpose representing taste equals 1/32. Side representing thought, light representing smell. Every part of the 6 represents a measurement unit and is associated with one of the human senses. The right side representing smell equals half. The pupil representing sight equals 1/4 equals half. The pupil representing sight equals 1/4. The eyebrow representing thought equals 1/8. The left side representing hearing equals 1/16. The curved tail that looks like a tongue equals 1/8, 1/4. The eyebrow representing thought, side representing smell equals half. The pupil representing sight equals 1/4. The eyebrow representing thought equals 1/8. The left side representing hearing equals 1/16. The curved tail that looks like a tongue representing taste equals 1/32. And the teardrop representing touch equals 1/64. Surprisingly, if we superimposed these parts over the mid-sagittal image of the human brain, Each component corresponds to portions of human neuroanatomical features of the brain. Although the ancient Egyptian civilization came to an end, the belief of the Eye of Horus energy continued, and still used. Season. Lotus flower. The lotus flower is an ancient Egyptian symbol, called season, in the Egyptian language. It is considered a holy flower as it grows all over Egypt. It was drawn on the pillars of the biggest temples, and was found a lot among hieroglyphic writing in tombs, on papyrus, thrones, and the headdress of divine pharaohs. It was also mentioned in the Book of the Dead, in which there is a magic charm that can transform the dead into lotus flowers, thus allowing their resurrection. As the lotus flower retracts into the water at night, and then emerges the next day, it is associated with the sun, which disappears in the night and re-emerges in the morning. That's why it was a symbol of rebirth and regeneration. The Egyptians believed that lotus had curative properties. So, they used this flower in making ointments, remedies, healing infections, perfumes, and even as an aphrodisiac. It is also an Egyptian symbol for love, as the lovers gave it to each other as a token for their love. It wasn't only famous in ancient Egypt, it is also popular in Buddhism and Hinduism. The lotus symbol was associated in most of world cultures with purity and cleanliness. Amenta. Amenta is the symbol of the land of the dead and the underworld, called in ancient Egyptian language, Tiwat. Originally, the Amenta represented the horizon and the place where the sun sets. Later, the Amenta evolved and symbolized the Nile's west bank that was used as a burial place. The west bank for ancient Egyptians was the land of the dead, as the sun disappeared on this side. It's where the journey of the afterlife begins. Feather of Ma'at. Ma'at's feather is one of the most common Egyptian symbols used in hieroglyphics. The goddess Ma'at represented justice in Egyptian culture. Ma'at also symbolized moral values. Ma'at feather can be seen in the context of ensuring justice in ancient inscriptions. This is because the ancient Egyptians believed that one's heart would be weighed against the Ma'at feather in the Hall of Two Truths. If his heart was found equal or lighter than the feather, it would mean that he was a virtuous person, and he would go to Aru, or Seketaru, field of reeds. It is the heavenly paradise where Osiris rules. If not, then his heart would be eaten by Ammit, the goddess who ate the soul, and he would be cursed to remain in the underworld forever. Pharaohs were depicted with the symbol of Ma'at, which emphasizes their job in upholding the laws of justice. Canopic jars. The canopic jars are the most spiritual and religious items in ancient Egyptian mythology. They played a vital role in the process of mummification, resurrection, and judgment. The canopic jars were the containers used to keep and preserve the internal organs like intestines, lungs, the stomach, and the liver, after being removed from the body, embalmed, anointed, then wrapped in linen. There was no jar for the heart. The Egyptians believed it to be the seat of the soul. So, it was left inside the body. The ancient Egyptians believed that when a person died, they would return again to the afterlife world. They believed that they would need all internal organs after death in the afterlife.
Meanwhile, they removed the brain and destroyed
The
it.
jars were placed inside a canopic chest, then buried inside the Egyptian tombs with the sarcophagus of the deceased.
Wait, so
Each jar has a
the
headed
organs
lid,
become like
representing one of the
pets?
sons of Horus, and each has a specific organ to keep safe. Dumutef, the jackal-headed god, guards the stomach. Hopi, the baboon-headed god, guards the lungs. Imseti, the human-headed god, guards the liver. Kebesenu Aif, the falcon-headed god, guards the intestines.
So he was not discriminating when it came to who he slept with, and that is definitely kind of questionable. Either that, or I'm hoping the different heads just represent different ideas. But somehow I know it's not just that. I don't know. You have any words that would save the Egyptians in my mind?
I'm not sure. What am I trying to save them from?
From sexualizing animals. Because how else do you get half the animal? Like
Crescent.
Other than
Breaking
they
up
had a
your
head.
art.
I mean, I know that there's some traditions like in Hinduism. There's the whole idea like Ganesha, that his head was replaced with the elephant's head, but it's not like his mom was an elephant.
Yeah, again, it's slightly different spiritual traditions. I was going to say, I think the Egyptians were much more almost evolution based, for lack of a better one. It's like they're anthropomorphizing the animals as the gods, and a lot of it is seeing aspects of those animals. You know, that's the aspect that they're making into the god. But again, I'm trying to salvage a Mario tag.
Ancient Egyptians used to call the crescent the sun shining at night, and it was depicted with the lunar god Khonsu. Egyptian myths narrate, when Khonsu caused the crescent moon to shine, women conceived, cattle became fertile, and all nostrils and every throat was filled with fresh air. So, the crescent was the symbol of the lunar power and the birth cycle. Egyptians used it as an amulet to bring good fortune to the mothers and their children. It was an Egyptian symbol for the family. Bennu bird. The name Bennu came from Ben in ancient Egyptian language, which means to rise or to shine.
So I'll bet you that the Ben
You
Ben
might know the
stone,
Bennu bird from Harry
Ben Ben might have to do with rise.
Potter as the phoenix
Ben.
that burns itself to flames, then rises from its ashes. The Bennu bird is an ancient Egyptian symbol. You might know the Bennu bird from Harry Potter as the phoenix that burns itself to flames, then rises from its ashes. The Bennu bird is an ancient Egyptian symbol associated with the deities Ra, Atum, and Osiris. The Bennu bird symbolizes creation and rebirth. It was said to have created itself at the dawn of creation. It shared similarities with the Greek phoenix. It is not clear which one preceded the other, but some scholars believe that the Bennu bird was the inspiration for the phoenix. Both creatures were birds that could resurrect periodically. Like the Bennu bird, the phoenix took its power from the heat and fire of the sun, which allowed it to be reborn. According to Greek mythology, the phoenix died every 500 years, and then was reborn from its own ashes. The Egyptian sources don't mention the Bennu bird's death, likely because it was a deity. However, the idea prevailed that the Bennu bird was reborn from its own death. Cartouche. The cartouche is one of the most ancient and classical symbols of the ancient Egyptian civilization. In hieroglyphic language, the cartouche represents the Egyptian word for name. It was a nameplate or a seal, used by all ancient Egyptian pharaohs. It was an oval with a straight line at one end. It was initially circle-shaped, representing the sun on the horizon, and containing the king's name in the middle. This name tag wasn't only to identify the king, but it was also a powerful amulet for protection from the evil spirits by being connected to the sun. Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a religious and mythological symbol in ancient Egypt. Many cultures and beliefs widely knew it, but the ancient Egyptians were the ones who provided the oldest concept of this symbol. The tree represents the soul of Ra, symbolizing the rising sun and resurrection. The fruit of this tree guarantees eternal life and knowledge of the cycles of time. The tree holds the knowledge of the divine plan, or the map of destiny. That's why this fruit wasn't for mortal persons. It was only available in the ritual, in which gods refreshed Pharaoh's aging, or symbolized the Pharaoh's unification to gods.
It was only a limited time.
During the coronation ceremony of a pharaoh, Thoth, the god of wisdom, wrote the king's name on its leaves and fruits to protect the king and perpetuate his name. Saber. In Egyptian language, saber means learning or discipline. It is depicted as a five-pointed line that looks like a starfish, representing the stars. The ancient Egyptians were amazingly knowledgeable in astrology, which formed their calendar and their beliefs in life after death. They were so interested in observing and studying the night sky and stars that they could name 38 constellations. The ceilings of early Egyptian temples were graced with images of constellations, stars, and celestial deities. The stars were
Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
considered as followers of Osiris, the god of the dead and the afterlife. Also, stars were believed to represent the soul of the dead and the afterlife. Also, stars were believed to represent the souls of the dead. Shen. In hieroglyphic writing, it means encircle. The Shen has the shape of a circle, with a perpendicular line in its bottom. It is depicted as a loop of rope with ends tied together. As the circle has no end, the Shen ring symbolizes infinity, symmetry and perfection. It was often linked to the Greek symbol omega, which symbolizes infinity. The Shen ring is most often seen carried by the falcon god Horus and the vulture goddess Nekhbet. So it was used an amulet and was worn by everyone including kings. Uraeus. The uraeus is an ancient Egyptian symbol of royalty, sovereignty, and protection. It was depicted as a snake, typically a cobra. It often represented the goddess Wadjet. Wadjet was a protective deity and daughter of the sun god Ra. Her job was essentially to help protect Egypt and the cosmos from chaos.
I'm sorry, but she looks more terrifying than a vulture goddess.
I don't know. Vulture goddesses can be pretty terrifying.
See, the thing I don't get is for whatever reason, the word for mother in Egyptian is also the symbol for a vulture. Why? I don't know.
Well, that's probably because you have a mother that wouldn't qualify as a vulture. Tag.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess what's that imply about the Egyptians? But no, I mean, dude, look at this. It's literally, yeah.
Go ahead.
I think what freaks me out so much is the way that the neck bends like back and forth. Like it doesn't just go straight up and then kind of clock around because it has to emphasize that it's a snake. So it can't just be like, oh, well, the neck's going to be like up here and then like down. Because that's kind of what the vulture looks like. Like it basically, if you think about it, and I mean, it maybe part of that just kind of echoes back to their like more, like reptilian nature or whatever. But that like vultures, their necks kind of look serpentine if you think about it.
Oh, definitely.
Even just the idea of like a beak and that like a beak's basically a modified fang, right?
No, it's more of the modified, like the jaw gets modified for it, I think.
Oh.
I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly how the beak gets, the evolution of the beak. No, buzzards are, vultures, buzzards are also, they're migratory too.
Well, yeah, either way, like you have like turtles that have beaks. So, or tortoise, or there's some that do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's just the way that the mouth works. I would think it would tie in more with the jaw aspect with the muscles, but I don't know the
No,
evolution.
you're totally right. I was just saying that it's not like the idea of a beak is only birds.
The ancient Egyptians believed that the uraeus symbol can provide magical powers and protection. According to the Egyptian mythology, the cobra was given to the pharaohs from Geb, the god of the earth, as a sign of kingship. So the uraeus was attached to the front of the pharaoh's crown to declare the legitimacy of the pharaoh. It was shown with many pharaohs such as King
That's kind of interesting
Tutankhamun.
because to us, we look at this, we see the materials it's made out of, we like look at it as a piece of art, but they literally viewed it as like a symbol of divine power and authority. Like it's just wild to think about. I mean, I think part of that's also just the result of like postmodern, philosophy and understanding of the world that views it's almost like it's imbued with power, but if you're like a functionalist materialist, it's just a piece of art, and art is only the pleasure or that which humans can derive from it, which inherently negate. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like on one hand I'm like practically preaching for something I don't even believe in necessarily, but at the same time it's not that I don't believe in it, if that makes any sense. It's like I'm open to the possibility that that stuff that we do has effects beyond just us and our environment within like because obviously pollution that you do that affects more than just humanity, but I'm talking about like in the sense of like things that we can't see or directly measure. I don't know. I think it's an interesting concept, but it's not something that I would ever stake money on. I just, at the end of the day, I don't know. I did kind of think it would just be cool to have one of these, but of course it would be way too expensive because one, it's a replica, relic. So if it was real, it'd be super expensive. Even if it was a replica, they would probably be pretty expensive.
In addition, the uraeus was used as an ornament for statuary and as jewelry and amulets. Ka and Ba. Ancient Egyptians were habitually preoccupied by the prospect of life after death. their journey through the hazardous underworld and the eternal afterlife, paradise. They believed that everyone had a soul that survived after death. That soul was composed of two parts: Ka, the physical soul, and Ba, the conscience and non-physical qualities that make up the personality. The Ka was represented as a second image of the individual, with two upraised arms on his head. The Ka was believed to be a spiritual twin, born with every man, and lived on after he died. But it was restricted to staying in the tomb inhabiting the body of the mummy, or even statues of the deceased. It was believed to be independent of the earthly body of man, and could move, eat and drink at will. For this reason food offerings were buried with the dead. The Ka needed that body after death, that is why Egyptians mummified their dead. If the body decomposed, the person's spiritual twin would die, and the deceased would lose their chance for eternal life. The Ba was represented by a man-headed hawk, often depicted hovering over the mummies of kings and commoners alike. The most important function of the Ba during a person's life was to guide each individual to follow conscience and virtuous behaviors, and to urge kindness, compassion, and honor. After death, the Ba made it possible for the deceased person to leave his tomb and rejoin his Ka. Then the Ka and Ba fly together into the next step of the person's journey in afterlife, and the judgment in the Hall of Ma'at.
Interesting. So, let's see. We'll go back to it in a moment. Let's see. Oh, this is perfect.
In a remote past, a certain god or gods suddenly decided to create mankind and ordered them to follow certain instructions and laws. But humans forgot or disobeyed the gods and their laws. Consequently, the god or gods got furious and took revenge on their handmade creatures by destroying and annihilating them with devilish catastrophes, such as floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, consuming fires, etc.
That's not very nice.
However, the god or the gods were also merciful and tender-hearted,
How convenient.
so they regretted. And before the total destruction of humans, they saved some of them, warning and ordering them for the second time not to do this again.
Well, that's dark.
This
It had
main
nothing to do with
scenario,
the gods
with
figuring
slight
out that if
different
they killed all the
details,
humans,
is
they'd
a
have no
recurrent
worshippers
theme
left.
in almost all world religions.
Sorry, what was that?
I said it has nothing to do with the gods finally realizing that if they killed off all the humans, they wouldn't have any worshippers left.
Hey, I mean, I guess sometimes selfishness does some good things, but like at the same time, it's like, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, is it better that they didn't kill off all humanity, or is that just a, I think it's myth, but or is it just a justification? So it's like, oh, so they actually do care about us. It kind of sounds like a gaslighting technique. It's like, oh, I love you so much, that's why I saved you, even though I killed the rest of your family.
Yeah, no, something's twisted in here. Tag.
Just a little.
Cultures and mythologies particularly Mesopotamian and biblical stories of the flood. The ancient Egyptian version of the destruction of mankind is considered one of the earliest versions of this universal legend. This legend is the most important part in a composition entitled The Book of the Heavenly Cow, which is inscribed in hieroglyphs on the walls of the tombs of Seti I, Tutankhamun, Ramesses II, Ramesses III in the Valley of Kings in Thebes, modern Luxor, about 1350 BC. Aside from the theme of the sun goddess' ultimate compassion toward a rebellious mankind, whose annihilation he initially sponsored, the legend explains how Ra decided to leave the earth and how he ascended into the heights of heaven, being carried on the back of goddess Nut, who was in the shape of a heavenly cow. The height to which Ra had ascended was now so great that the legs of the cow goddess, on which he was enthroned, trembled. To give her strength, he ordained that Nut should be held up in her position by the upraised arms of the god Shu and the 8 Heh gods called Ogdoad.
Wow. The 8 Hey gods. That sounds like the 8 sons of Sedek. But also the idea of holding up the heavens like Atlas.
Yeah, no, the 8 primordial gods, 7 or 8, that's one of the recurring themes across a lot of mythologies. Type.
It's interesting that the hay, though, is associated with the with the raised hands.
Therefore, the heavenly cow representing the seat of the throne of Ra became stable. Then the universe as we know it came into being, with the sun, the moon, and the stars moving across the sky, all as the heavenly cow. In the literature of the ancient Egyptians, Sir Wallace Barney, all as the heavenly cow. In the literature of the ancient Egyptians, Sir Wallace Budge, the prominent Egyptologist, introduces the legend of the destruction of mankind, saying, "The Egyptians believed that at one time all the great gods and goddesses lived upon earth, and that they ruled Egypt in much the same way as the pharaohs, with whom they were more or less acquainted. They went about among men and took a real personal interest in their affairs. And according to tradition, they spared no pains in promoting their wishes and well-being. The rule was on the whole beneficent, chiefly because, in addition to their divine attributes, they possessed natures and apparently bodily constitutions that were similar to those of men. Like men also, they were supposed to feel emotions and passions, and to be liable to the accidents that befell men, and to grow old and even to die. The greatest of all the gods was Ra, and he reigned over Egypt for very many years. His reign was marked by justice and righteousness, and he was on all periods of Egyptian history regarded as a type of what a king should be. When men, instead of gods, reigned over Egypt, they all delighted to call themselves sons of Ra. And every king believed that Ra was his true father, and regarded his mother's husband as his father, only in name. When Ra, the self-begotten and self-formed God, had been ruling gods and men for some time, men began to complain about him, saying, His majesty hath become old. His bones have turned into silver, his flesh into gold, and his hair into real lapis lazuli. His majesty heard these murmurings and commanded his followers to summon to his presence his eye, the goddess Hathor, Shu, Tefnot, Geb, into real lapis lazuli. Not and the follow real lapis lazuli. His majesty heard these murmurings and commanded his followers to summon to his presence his eye, the goddess Hathor, Shu, Tefnot, Geb, Not, and the father and mother gods and goddesses, who were with him in the watery abyss of Nut, and also the god of this water, Nut. They were to come to him with all their followers secretly, so that men should not suspect the reason for their coming and take flight.
You know what's interesting?
And
it might be a total aside, but one of the names of God, El, is El Roi, the God who sees. But I wonder if El Roi might also be as the way it's spelled. It might be El Rai. I don't know. Might be a bit of a stretch.
Tying into the Eye of Ra.
Yeah, they have the well, not the eye, but that like there might have been a form of El understood as connected to Ra, and with that you have this idea of the Torah and Hator, and then Ra and Ra'i.
And they were to assemble in the great house in Heliopolis, where Ra would take counsel with them. In due course, all the gods assembled in the great house, and they ranged themselves down the sides of the house, and they bowed down in homage before Ra until their heads touched the ground, and said, Speak, for we are listening. The Ra, addressing Not, the father of the firstborn gods, told him to give heed to what men were doing, for they whom he had created were murmuring against him. And he said, Tell me what ye would do. Consider the matter. Invent a plan for me, and I will not slay them until I have heard what ye shall say concerning this thing. Not replied, Thou, O my son Ra, art greater than the God who made thee. Thou art the king of those who were created with thee. Thy throne is established, and the fear of thee is great. Let thine eye, Hathor, attack those who blaspheme thee. And Ra said, Lo, they have fled to the mountains, for their hearts are afraid because of what they have said.
It's definitely something that
The gods replied,
the Bible.
Let thine eye go forth, and destroy those who blaspheme thee, for no eye can resist thine when it goeth forth in the form of Hathor. Thereupon the eye of Ra or Hathor went in pursuit of the blasphemers in the mountains, and slew them all. On her return, Ra welcomed her, and the goddess said that the work of vanquishing men was dear to her heart. Ra then said that he would be the master of men as their king, and that he would destroy them. For 3 nights, the goddess Hathor, Sekhmet, waded about in the blood of men. The slaughter beginning at Henso, Heraclopolis Magna. Then the majesty of Ra ordered that messengers should be sent to Abu, a town at the foot of the first cataract, to fetch mandrakes. And when they were brought, he gave them to the god Sekti to crush. When the women slaves were bruising grain for making beer, the crushed mandrakes were placed in the vessels that were to hold the beer, together with some of the blood of those who had been slain by Hathor. The beer was then made, and 7,000 vessels were filled with it. When Ra saw the beer, he ordered it to be taken to the scene of slaughter and poured out on the meadows of the four quarters of heaven. The object of putting mandrakes in the beer was to make those who drank fall asleep quickly. And when the goddess Hathor came and drank the beer mixed with blood and mandrakes, she became very merry, and the sleepy stage of drunkenness coming on her, she forgot all about men and slew no more. At every festival of Hathor ever after, sleepy beer was made, and it was drunk by those who celebrated the feast. Now, although the blasphemers of Ra had been put to death, the heart of the god was not satisfied, and he complained to the gods that he was smitten with the pain of the fire of sickness. He said, "My heart is weary, because I have to live with men. I have slain some of them, but worthless men still live, and I did not slay as many as I ought to have done, considering my power." To this the gods replied, "Trouble not about thy lack of action."
And keep in mind, if you were to write this in Hebrew, to this Elohim replied. Like, just think about that. Because this is common to have in the ancient world this terminology of the gods, like talking collectively. Or where you can have someone talking as the collective for all of them.
For thy power is in proportion to thy will. Here the text becomes fragmentary, but it seems that the god is not.
I don't know if you were going to say something.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Took the form of a cow, and that the other gods lifted Ra on to her back. When men saw that Ra was leaving the earth, they repented of their murmurings. And the next morning they went out with bows and arrows to fight the enemies of the sun god. As a reward for this, Ra forgave those men their former blasphemies. But he persisted in his intention of retiring from the earth. He ascended into the heights of heaven, being still on the back of the cow goddess Not. And he created there Sechet Hetab and Sechet Aro as abodes for the blessed.
Interesting.
And the flowers that blossomed therein he turned into stars. He also created the millions of beings who lived there in order that they might praise him. The height to which Ra had ascended was now so great that the legs of the cow goddess on which he was enthroned
But can she not fly?
trembled. And to give her strength, he ordained that Not should be held up in her position by the Godhead and upraised arms of the god Shu. This is why we see pictures of the body of Not being supported by Shu. The legs of the cow goddess were supported by various gods, and thus the seat of the throne of Ra became stable.
He's a real jack of all trades. This is really interesting. I really feel like there's so much of a connection between Egypt and Israel, and I've only been able to just really delve into the very, very shallow end of the pool.
Well, I mean, you have that definitely with the basic fact that they were there for, 200 to 400 years, depending on which interpretation you go by.
And it's like, oh, we're here. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, on top of that, you have possibilities like what I'm saying with the, some of the priests of Amun, them leaving, as being part of the whole Exodus process. And then if you have, like the priests of Amun merging with the Israelites, you have another layer of Egyptian influence tag.
Interesting. Oh, wait, what is this? Is this now? Oh, dang. Wait, I want to make sure it's not. Translate here, Safari. Let's see, what time is this? Wait, I want to make sure. I have a question. What time is it for you right now?
It's 9:26 for me right now.
Okay, sweet. There's a Zoom that I want to join in. It's like half an hour, so might just continue stream going on there because I was going to go to sleep, but I might just wait until that one's over. So I'm going to try to finish up by then, and that way we can. Because it's going to be Tu B'Shvat starting tonight, going until tomorrow night. And so I actually got some acacia seeds in. I'm going to plant them. Well, unfortunately, from what I understand, first of all, you have to germinate them, which, depending on how small they are, might just be better to plant them, and hope they germinate. And if they don't, whatever. But because you can't just plant them directly in the soil, otherwise they won't make it. You need to get it to a good level first. But I'm going to get them propagated. Then I'm going to get some contraption. I'm going to put it on my scooter. I'm going to go around campus trying to plant them. Dang it! But then I'll have to keep track of each place I put them, and then I'll have to take care of them. But honestly, I'm sorry. I'm a freak when it comes to acacia. There's just, I don't know, it has so much symbolic value, and it's interesting. You might not be able to tell a difference between different wood types, but just knowing what something came from really I don't know. It's so funny. It's I'm such a skeptic, but I still enjoy a lot of spiritual traditions, even if I don't take it so seriously that it's my reality, if that makes any sense.
No, I get it. It sounds like you kind of want to be the Johnny Appleseed of acacia.
Ariel acacia seed. At least acacia isn't. Oh shit! If I do it in Hebrew, it's Ariel shita seed, so it's ass.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's see where we're at. So I'm congested. תאכלו אותו, וככה תאכלו אותו מתניכם חגורים נעליכם ברגליכם ובמקלליכם בידכם ואכלתם אותו בחיפזון, פסח הוא לאדוני, ועברתי בארץ מצרים בלילה הזה, והכיתי כל בכור בארץ מצרים, מאדם ועד בהמה, ובכל אלוהי מצרים אעשה שפטים. אני אדוני והיה הדם לכם לאות על הבתים אשר אתם שא וראיתי את הדם ופסחתי עליכם ולא יהיה בכם נגף ולמשחית והכותי בארץ מצרים והיה היום הזה לכם לזיכרון וחגותם אותו חג לאדוני לדורותיכם חוקת עולם תחגו. 7 ימים מצות תאכלו אף ביום הראשון תשביתו שעור מבתיכם כי כל אוכל חמץ ונכרתה הנפש ההיא מישראל מיום הראשון עד יום השביעי וביום הראשון מקרא קודש וביום השביעי מקרא קודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכה לא יעשה בהם אך אשר יאכל לכל נפש ולבדו יעשה לכם ושמרתם את המצות כי בעצם היום הזה הוצאתי את צבאותיכם מארץ מצרים ושמרתם את היום הזה לדורותיכם חוקת עולם בראשון ב14 יום לחודש בערב תאכלו מצות עד יום האחד ו20 לחודש בערב 7 ימים שסעו לו ימצא בבתיכם כי כל אוכל מחמצת ונכרת הנפש ההיא מהדת ישראל בקרוב באזרח הארץ כל מחמצת לא תאכלו בכל מושבותיכם תאכלו and this is and like how you will eat matanechem your loins chagurim like guarded nalechem your shoes beraglechem on your feet or on your legs, it's the same word, maklechem and your makel, your stick, biyadecha, your sticks, your staff in your hand, and you'll eat chafez. Hurriedly, you will eat in haste. Pesach hu Adonai, and it will be a Pesach for Adonai, Passover offering. Ve'avarti be'eretz Mitzrayim, and I will cross into the land of Egypt at night, tonight. Vehiketi, and I will strike all the firstborn in all the land of Egypt, from the man until the beast, and all the gods of Egypt. All the gods of Egypt, I will produce judgments, for I am Adonai. Like all the judgments to all the gods of Egypt. See, does it say Ad Behema? Interesting. You could also read this Ve'ad Behema, and until the beasts, and V'chol Elohei Mitzrayim, and until all, like basically until the beasts and all the gods of Egypt. So it's possible that you could actually read this as it's saying he's going to strike the gods of Egypt. Wouldn't that be wild if like this is the equivalent of a theological like EMP? Like you just like Yahweh destroyed all the gods of Egypt and basically just made them into nothing but myth. Like imagine if that was how the world worked.
I was going to say interesting concept. Something that's related to that people do theorize is, like I think it's towards the end of the Old Kingdom. You had, an event where it almost looks like some sort of plasma strike happened, and that's where they like stop building things in their tracks, and there's all sorts of bizarre damage done. Okay.
Interesting. So, and against all the deities worshipped in Egypt, this is to be understood in the same way as when God said to Moses that he had appointed him as an Elohim in relation to Pharaoh in 7:1, or as in Samuel 2:723, which God set out, etc. The word describes a terrestrial superpower as compared to a celestial superpower. My words, the power is higher than the Pharaoh of the land. Another explanation, Bechol Elohei Mitzrayim, against all the ministers of Pharaoh. In the manner that Dagon was fallen onto his face on the ground. Interesting. And the blood that will be as a sign upon the houses that you have placed, I will I have seen and it's saying when. This doesn't make sense. It would be beraiti, but and when I see the blood, I will pass over you, veloihia, and it will not be for you, and there will not be in you, and it will not be for you in you, Negev, a strike or a plague, lemashchit, Negev lemashchit, lemashchit, there will not be like a plague in you for the a strike in you for the destroyer, or mashchit, what's it say? It says so that no plague will destroy you. So that no plague will destroy you. I was saying this was malacha mashchit, but just so that you will not be destroyed by a plague. Behakoti, in my striking of the land of Egypt. V'hayab hayom hazeh, and it was on that day, and it will be on that day. This day will be to you, for you, as a remembrance and a chagotem, and your festival. Oh, and you shall celebrate it as a festival to Adonai, L'derotechem, for your generations, Chukat, a law, eternal law, Techaguhu, you shall like institute, or you shall inscribe it into law as an eternal festival. Techaguhu. Interesting. Or you shall celebrate it as in like as a law for all time. Shivat Yami. I wonder if there's any commentary on this. Let's see commentary. Any thoughts so far?
Nope, nothing so far. Just following along.
All right. Let's see for your remembrance. I don't know. Anyway, Shivat Yamim, 7 days. Matzot tochlu. You will eat matzahs. Af bayom, only, only on the from the first. Wait, only even on the first day. Tashivitu. Or especially on the first. I don't know. You shall hashivitu shavat. You shall cease to leaven. Are interesting. This is very close to the word for remnants. Wait, the leaven, like the. Let's see. You shall cease or desist. You shall remove the leaven from your house, from your houses, because all the food that is chametz, that is leavened, is to be cut off from for whoever eats. All those who eat chametz, they are to be cut off. Their soul are to be cut off, and they their soul, it is to be cut off from Israel, from the first until the 7th day. Let's see. For whoever eats leavened bread, from the first day to the 7th day, that person, their soul shall be cut off from Israel. Interesting. Uvayom harishon mikra kodesh. And on the first day, you shall celebrate. I guess it says celebrate a sacred, like is something sacred. And on the 7th day, you shall celebrate. Basically, you shall celebrate a holiday, a holy day, and on the 7th day you shall celebrate a holy day, and it shall be for you all malacha, and it shall be for that you shall not do any work in those days, lest so that so that you can eat l'chol nefesh, for all life. So that what someone eats, it is for them to do for themselves. So only what every person is to eat, that alone may be for you. I don't know. Ushamartam, and you shall keep or observe the matzot. I guess it's saying Chag HaMatzot, the holiday of matzahs, because be'etzam, in your bones, or in essence, because this day, I brought let's see, from this day I brought you out of, I don't know, keep it at some, because in this substance, I don't know. Substantively, I don't know. I really don't know. Because in substance, this day, I brought you out from, and your and your armies from the land of Egypt, and have guarded, you shall observe or guard this day for your generations as an eternal law. Berishon, on the first, in the first month, Barbasar, in the first, Barbasar, on the 14th day of the month, Erev at night or at evening, you can eat matzot. You can eat, you're to eat bread. I mean, matzot, unleavened bread, until the first, the 21st, Lachodesh, 21st of the month, at evening. Shivat Yamim Saor, Shivat Yamim, 7 days, leaven is not to be found in your houses, because all those who are found with it will be cut off, their soul, and it will be cut off from the council of Israel, as an inhabitant or as a native of the land. All machmetzet, all the leavened bread or anything leavened you shall not eat, and all that is in your settlements, or like in your habitations, dwelling places, tochlu matzot, what? You shall eat nothing leavened. In all your settlements you shall eat unleavened bread. You shall eat matzot. Alright, that makes sense. ויקרא משה לכל זקני ישראל, ויאמר עליהם, משכחו קחו לכם בן ציון, למשפחותיכם, ושחטו פסח, ולקחתם אגודת אזוב וטבלתם בדם אשר בסף, והגעתם אל המשקוף ואל שתי המזוזות מן האדם אשר בסף, ואתם לא תצאו איש מפתח ביתו עד בוקר, ועבר אדוני לנגוף את מצרים, וראה את האדם על המשקוף ועל שתי המזוזות, ובסך אדוני עליו בטח, ולא ייתן המשחית לבוא אל בתיכם לנגוף. ושמרתם את הדבר הזה ללקח לך ולבניך עד עולם, והיה כי טובו לארץ אשר ייתן אדוני לכם כאשר דיבר, ושמעתם את העבודה הזאת. והיה כי יאמרו עליכם בניכם, מה העבודה הזאת לכם, ואמרתם זבח פסח הוא לאדוני אשר פסח על בתי בני ישראל במצרים, ונגפו את מצרים ואת ביתנו. הציל ויקודם וישתחוו, וילכו ויעשו בני ישראל כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה ואהרון, כן עשו. Let's see. Continue on. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So, and Moses called out to all the elders of Israel, and he said to them, Mishchu, shachu, like, go draw out or seize, and take for yourselves se'on, lambs, I guess it's saying, take for yourselves from the flocks for your families, and slaughter the Passover offering. Ulakachtem, and you will take not a union or a association, like a binding of a bunch. Yeah, it says a bunch. Oh shoot, I just knocked something over. Take a bunch of ezov of hyssop, which is very tasty. It's also super healthy. Yeah, used for medicinal and religious purposes, it says here, which is very much true. Type of wild. It says it's type of wild marjoram. See hyssop. Oh shoot! I'm just going to put that over there so I don't knock it over. Take a bunch of hyssop and tavaltem and like dunk it. Yeah, no, dip it, but dunk sounds better. Dip into plunge it into the blood that is basaf. That is in the, it says basin, in the goblet bowl that is in the bowl, and he got tem. I'm guessing it's like smear it, touch it to the what was it called? It said to the lintel and the top of the doorpost, and to the two doorpost sides from the blood that is in the bowl, and you will not find a man that is man from the door of his house until the morning. Oh, wait, no man shall leave his house. I don't know why I thought it was, because matzah versus yatzah or tatzah. No one is to leave their house until the morning. And Adonai crossed over to kill or to smite the Egyptians, and he saw the blood upon the lintels, the tops of the doors, and upon the two doorposts, doorpost sides. Adonai passed over upon the doorposts and did not give Oh, he's like a evil Santa giving plagues. He did not give the destruction or ruin to come upon the houses, upon their houses, to smite them or to disease them. Well, literally smite, because this disease kills instantly. Ushmartem, you shall keep. You shall keep this word as an eternal, as a law, for yourself and for your children until eternity. Adolam. V'hayaki tavo. And it was because tavo, it was because you came, and when you entered the land that Adonai has given to you, has given to you, kasher diber, as I said, or as I promised, and shemartam et havodah hazot. You are to you shall observe this work, or this commandment, like literally this this labor, this work, service. Work's a good one, because there's some occult context to that as well, like this idea of great work or whatever, magnum opus. V'hayaki yomru, and when when your children ask to you and say, Ma ha'avodah hazot lachem, what is this work for you? What is this, like what are these instructions? What are these traditions for you? Tradition, dun, dun, tradition. And you are to say, this is a sacrifice of this is a Passover sacrifice, or this it is a Passover sacrifice for Adonai that is that passed over upon the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, and in his plaguing of Egypt, and our houses were spared. I think Hittil were rescued, and we bowed, and the nation bowed down, and prostrated. Vayilchu. Let's see, where are we at? Still, okay, sweet.
I was going to say it's about 3 till 10 time wise.
All right, yeah, cool. Vayilchu, and the Bnei Israel and the children of Israel went, and they did as they were commanded by Adonai, as commanded to them by Moshe, commanded to them through Moshe by Adonai through Moshe. Oh wait, no, it says Israelite ones and did so just as Adonai. Just as was commanded, just as Adonai commanded of Moshe and Aharon, thus they did. Interesting. So that's the end of this part. So that means we have just 2 more parts, which some of them could be a doozy, but luckily we got a good amount out of the way. So on that note, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. All right, so now I just need to find the let's see, where would it be under? Gmail.
I did have a question on that instruction list.
Which one?
Moses' instruction is to What was Moses? I thought it was incomplete. What was Moses' instruction as to what they were supposed to do with the alabastron overnight?
No. That's for another generation.
Oh, okay. I was just premature with that. Okay, premature alabastron. It happens sometimes.
Funny. Let's see. Let's see. Hopefully this works. Hi. So let's see. Wait, where'd it go? Here. Just waiting to see. Okay, so oh shoot, where'd it go? Let's see, where'd it go? Right here. Let's see. Well, in the meantime. See, is it started yet? Still waiting on that. So, let's see. I'm gonna keep that open in another tab, but where was the video? I think I don't know if we finished. I don't think we did. Okay, here it goes.
Recording in progress.
Hi everyone. As we wait for others to join the Zoom, I invite you to write your name in the chat and appropriate to our theme for the day. Please share your favorite fruit that comes from a tree. Okay. Well, my name is Mara, and I am wishing you a happy Tu B'Shvat, and I think by the end of this hour, we'll know more about what that means. But today, our wonderful educator is Kohenet Sarah Chandler, and she is a Brooklyn-based Jewish educator, artist, healer, and poet.
Yeah, are you just going to stream the
on
the Zoom
issues
call?
related to Judaism, especially in regards to an earth-based spiritual
give some commentary.
practice,
Obviously,
which of course
not in
will
the Zoom
be,
call, just on my end.
relevant and put
Yeah, understood.
during this hour. So Sarah, I will turn it over to you. I'm going to spotlight you, and you should now be able to unmute.
Thank you so much, Mara. Hi everyone, great to be with you all. I love seeing all of these introductions in the chat. Isn't it funny that it's winter It's January, it's Shvat, it's the cold month in the Jewish calendar, and especially where I live in the northeastern United States. And it's literally our religion to think, what fruit do I like? We'll eat some fruit. Let's honor the fruit, and not just the fruit, but the trees. And we have all kinds of examples coming through in the chat. Thanks, everyone. So great to be with all of you. We are celebrating the birthday of trees. Tu B'Shvat, the 15th of Shabbat, starts tonight. And in this hour, we have a full hour, very exciting. We're going to look at some texts from the Torah, from the Mishnah, from the Talmud, as well as a few modern folks. And I really want us to think about this idea, and we're going to have two questions that we're going to keep coming back to, and I'm going to put them in the chat. One question is, why do we need to know the age of a tree? Why do we need to know the age of the tree? And also kind of connected to that is, what is the age of a tree? Right? So is it when the seed went in the ground? Is it when, if you transplant a tree, is that on the day it gets transplanted? Does it get a different age? What is a tree age? So that's question number one. And question two is, as we learn about the ancient reasons for knowing the age of a tree, how might we apply that in modern times? And I want to be really careful when I say that the class here is not a class on Jewish law. My goal here is not to teach you exactly what to do. You're a farmer, you have an orchard, you're about to plant an orchard. The goal, we are going to be looking at Jewish law, and if some of the things we talk about apply to you and it feels, important to you, and you want to go further and consult a rabbi or a scholar of Jewish law, go for it. But we are going to be jumping around, kind of time traveling through different philosophers and legal writers, and also midrashists, mythical, creative understandings of this. And so I want to just say that for some people here in this Zoom, this does apply to you. You're like, I actually really do want to know what the original law says, because I am a halachic Jew. I'm a Jew who cares about following the Torah law exactly, etc. And for some of us, this is metaphorical, and for some of us, we're somewhere in between. Maybe we have a few fruit trees, and there's a lot of different ways that we can be connecting to these. Just want to name, I can just looking at who's here, I know we have farmers, we have spiritual leaders, and we have just urban Jews who have no fruit trees on their land. And so I just want to name that we can all find ways to celebrate and honor the trees. And again, if you're coming from it at a legal standpoint, that is so great. Group, what is forbidden, what is required. Okay, amazing. Great to be with all of you. Here's how this class is going to work. We have a source sheet, and it's in a place called Sefaria. Many of you, especially if you studied with us before, have heard about it. So this is our source sheet. I'm going to be sharing my screen for most of the class, so you don't actually have to click on it. But I know some folks like to zoom in or just have a copy of it for the end. So that's in the chat, and you can use it, keep it, but you don't have to. I'm going to be sharing my screen for everything that we're reading. Another thing, which I think a bunch of you already figured out, is you can all type in the chat. You have a passing thought, you have a question, you want to comment or heart someone else's comment. We love the chat. There's almost 100 people here, and it's a really great way to keep the class going. It's almost like there's like the class on the screen, and then there's the chat. And so the last thing I'll just say about the chat, some people find the chat really overwhelming, and they did not come here to chat with other students. They came here just to learn from the teacher. That's also fine. If the chat's overwhelming, just turn it off, ignore it, be with us in the Zoom room. But again, there's please write in the chat if you have a comment, a joke, a question. Please write in the chat. We will not be unmuting, but we will have lots of opportunities to write in the chat. So here we go. All right. All right, Tu B'Shvat. So how do we get here? All right, we have a holiday, and it's Tu B'Shvat. It's the 15th of Shvat. Where does that come from? Well, we are going to read some text about it. Let's see, my screen sharing is paused. That's interesting. Okay, let's try this again. Testing the screen sharing. Nope. All right, I'm going to try one more time, and then Mara, I might need to ask you to do the screen sharing because it's giving me an error.
No problem. I'm happy to. Oh, great.
Okay, there we go. All right, so it's just flipped for me. So I'm just going to move my camera. Actually, no, I can see. This works actually. I have two screens, so I want to make sure I can see you all. But that's good. That's cool. All right, let's do this. All right, great. You can have the chat over here. Love it. Okay, amazing. All right. So we are going all the way back to, we're going to start with the Mishnah, and then we'll get to the Torah in a minute. So the Mishnah of Rosh Hashanah, talks about what are the New Years. This funny thing where in Judaism, we don't just have one New Year, we have four. We have different New Years for different things. This is the very beginning of Mishnah Rosh Hashanah. There are 4 days in the year that serve as the New Year, each for a different purpose. The one that most of us are familiar with is Tishrei. We'll get to that in a minute. The first of Nissan, meaning the month that Passover is in, so springtime, is the New Year for kings. And the first of Nissan is also the New Year for the order of the festivals. It determines which is considered the first festival of the year and which is the last. Isn't that interesting that the time of year of blossoming and growth and coming back to life, that is one of our New Years? That's not for a few months. You can all wait for that. The first of Elul, so 1 month before what we call the Jewish New Year, the first of Elul is the New Year for animal tithes. And we sometimes just call it New Year for animals. Let's keep going. Some say that New Year for animals on the first of Tishrei. Okay. New Year on the first of Tishrei is the New Year for counting years, planting, sabbatical years, jubilee years, tithing vegetables. This is what we use. Here's what it says.
So this is what I was talking about before. So yeah, basically how there's the New Year in the fall and the New Year in the spring.
Previous tithe year, it cannot be tithed together with the fruit that was formed after.
Half foreskin.
Giggling.
The sound of the her voice isn't coming through on my sound side. Oh. Nope, I can't hear her, Ariel.
Sorry, what?
So if you,
Well, I can hear her now. I couldn't hear her before.
you
Her sound wasn't going out through the stream. Her voice wasn't going through the stream. I can't hear her now. I'm still not hearing anything.
Are you able to hear
and
now?
yes, Nancy is making it really helpful.
I can hear it when you unmute your mic. My guess is when you're muting your mic, you're muting her too.
All the
Oh,
fruit
I
is
think
set
I know what it
aside
was.
for jubilation, Kodesh Chilulim Hashem, some sort of jubilation and celebration before Hashem, and only in the 5th year may you use its fruit.
Wait, let me know now.
Increased. So there's some sort of system where you
I
have
can
it
still hear fine now.
first 3 years, then the 4th
I can
you
hear.
have this something to do with jubilation, and then notice how the text here already starts talking about what the purpose is. Lehosif lechem tevuato. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because this is actually going to lead to an increased yield of the fruit. This holding back is going to lead to an increase. So we don't always do this, but there are times where looking at the Targum Onkelos, the Aramaic translation, gives us a clearer understanding of something that was written a long time ago. So let's look at the Targum Onkelos on just these 3 verses. So here's the English translation of the Aramaic translation of the passage we just read. When you enter the land and you will plant any food-bearing tree, you shall regard its fruit as closed off. And then those of us who can follow the Hebrew, uterachakun. So the word rechok is like you're going to have it like separated or far away from you. For 3 years it shall be closed off, and to you to be destroyed, it shall not be eaten. And so the idea here is merachak, it should be pushed away, le'avada, and then it should be destroyed. And a little spoiler alert that some people might know about, especially if you've done any farming in Israel, is that people who are in modern times observing Orla in a very strict way, they don't even use these fruits for compost. So because that would mean that you're benefiting. So in an Orla fruit in those first 3 years, you can't eat them, but you also can't like feed your animals with it or do anything with it. The idea is you're supposed to destroy it. We're going to give an example in a minute of what that is. We have a great question in the chat. Does this have anything to do with Shemitah? Kind of the opposite. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of biblical agricultural laws that talk about when you can plant, when you can harvest, what you can access. And interestingly, if we were talking about Shemitah, a big thing we would be talking about is the importance of relying on fruit from trees in a year that we're not planting. And so it does have to do with Shemitah in that in the ancient world, people relied on fruit from trees for a lot of what they were eating. There's a lot of overlap and there's a lot of discussion of, well, what happens in a Shemitah year, etc. But they're separate laws, but they have overlapping priorities, etc. All right, so just looking at the Uncle list again. So 3 years it shall be closed off, it was separated to you, to be destroyed. It shall not be eaten. On the 4th year, all of its fruit shall be holy, on which to say praises to Adonai. On the 5th year, you may eat its fruit, so it will increase its produce before you. I am Adonai, your God. All right, so we have this 4th year status and the 5th year status. So there's 3, then the 4th year, and then the 5th year. All right. We're going to read some commentary on this verse, and then we're going to get into some of the rabbinic texts as well. You're going to see very quickly that all of the texts that we're reading, the people who wrote them were reading all of the other texts. And so we're going to hopefully see some patterns and repetition, and that's actually going to help us understand it more. So here's our little verse. Va'araltem orlato et pirio. This meant literally, ye shall close its closing. Again, that's the repetition of that word. Regard it as enclosed. So you come over to your tree and it's, year 1, 2, or 3. And the average person might say, oh, look, my tree has fruit on it. But the Torah is saying you should regard it as closed. It's like locked. It's locked away. It's not available to you. Rashi writes, the meaning that it shall be, as it were, closed up and barred so that no benefit may be derived from it. And then we're going to, Stacey, I love that question. What does jubilation in the 4th year look like? We're going to see an example of that. Ibn Ezra, an even later commentator, also tries to understand this, va'arlatem et orlato, that the fruit is counted as foreskin. And he renders va'arlatem va'orlato, as you shall consider its fruit as foreskin. Orla means a foreskin. Hence, the interpretation, which is harmful and serves no purpose, such as foreskin of the lips, which is a passage we have in other places in the Bible, foreskin of the ear and foreskin of the penis. So there's a theme here where the same word for the fruit that you can't eat for the first 3 years is the same word as the thing that is harmful and serves no purpose. Again, this is Ibn Ezra's words. He continues. The meaning of the Areltem, you shall count it, is considered as a foreskin. It is also beautifully explained in the Aramaic translation. You shall surely distance. So the arlatem et orlato, again, he loves the Aramaic translation, you shall distance yourself from this thing that you don't need. He emphasizes it shall be forbidden. So we have a really wide range of definitions for this word. Unto you, it shall be forbidden to you. All right, we're going to take a quick pause, and this is related to Stacy's question. What is this fourth year jubilation situation, which is called Neta Revai? It literally just means growth of the fourth year. This is not the focus of today's thoughts, because we're mostly going to be talking about Orla, but because we're talking about a holiday in modern times that's about eating fruit, and the original commandment is about, not eating fruit. We want to make sure we know what happens in between the not eating and the eating, and that is neta revai. So we're going to read this little passage, and something that's really fun about Sefaria is if you're passionate about this and you're curious about this, like Stacy's like, but I need to know more about the jubilation in the fourth year. You can just click on it, and then that's what Sefaria is, and you can go read so much more about it. And now that you have this really strange phrase, neta revai, you can go play with it. All right, here we go. So this is jumping way ahead to the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, because I just want to give you a summary of what this is, and then we're going to go back to talking about Orla. Okay, so B'shana HaRavi'it, so in the fourth year, so the fourth year of the tree. Again, I know we still have some questions about what makes the fourth year, how are we counting, when are we counting, and there's also going to be a lot of questions about planting indoors versus outdoors, planting in a pot, planting in the ground, planting in the land of Israel versus outside of the Israel. These will all be revealed in some form as soon as we can get to it. But people, thanks everyone. Thanks for your great questions, and please do keep posting in the chat. Here we go. The fruit of the fourth year's growth are called neta rivai, growth of the fourth year, and must be redeemed. Okay, so v'tz utzrichin pidyon. So they must be redeemed. That means exchange. Like when I have like a soda bottle left over and I exchange it for a nickel or whatever, I need to exchange it. Again, these are also forbidden, but in a different way. How does one redeem them? You pick them after they are fully ripe and take a silver coin or produce that is permitted to eat to the value of peruta. So you kind of hold the thing that you're not going to eat, and then you hold something of value that maybe is fruit you're going to eat, and you say, with this I redeem these fruits of the fourth year. You then take the coin or the produce, destroy it, and throw it into the river. So you take and throw it into a river. So you take the thing of value and you take this fruit that is forbidden to you and you throw them into the river. You do not recite a bracha, you do not recite a blessing on the redemption of neta revai that grew outside of Eretz Israel. Again, this is implying that people do observe this outside of the land. Okay, so this is what neta revai is. And the idea is that probably in ancient times there was also it was like a joyful thing. Maybe it's because you're finally in the fourth year and you're going to get to eat your fruit. And we have a question. There are male human parallels here. Which was first? Does the fruit orla follow the human or the other way around? Yes, all of this will be available. We can put the link in the chat, and this will be all on the YouTube page of My Jewish Learning. All good, all good. All right, so let's go all the way to the Mishnah, and we're going to keep going. We had another question, is this Bikurim? There's so many great questions here about other ways that this law intersects or doesn't intersect with other biblical-based agricultural laws. Bikurim is also an important one that has to do with the first fruits of that particular year. We're not going to talk about Bikurim today. It is separate from Bikurim, but like everything, it's interconnected with Bikurim. And I we are not going to get into Bikurim today, but I would love to do a session on Bikurim another time, and maybe we'll email you all about a new session, Mara, for Shavuot. All right, so here we go. So Mishnah Orla. Whoa, there's an entire Mishnah on this concept. That must be important. All right, so here we go. This is one of my favorite lines. I think it could just be a song because I just think it's hilarious. I'm going to read the Hebrew and then we're going to read it together. So this is how the Mishnah Orla opens. Hanotea lisayag ul korot patur min ha-orla. One who plants a fruit tree as a fence or to provide wood beams is exempt from the law of Orla. I just think this is hilarious. Like, I think we could just spend the rest of the class just laughing about this line, because this is like they're like, okay, got to say the most important thing first. Okay, got to make it super clear how this law works. Okay, if you happen to plant a fruit tree but you're planting it as a fence, or you're planting this fruit tree to provide wood beams, you don't have to follow the laws of Orla. I just love that that's the opening line. I think it's hilarious. Hanotea lisayag. Like, that is just, I just think that is hilarious. Then you don't have to follow Orla because in its essence, it's not a fruit tree, it's a fence. And then you don't have to do it. Rabbi Yossi adds, even if he said the inward facing part of the tree is for food and the outward facing part is for a fence, the inward is subject to Orla and the outward is exempt. And I'm just imagining these rabbis with their trees, and they're like, okay, the tree is a fence, and then they're like walking, and then they're like, I don't know if you can all see, I'm just like laughing really hard. I'm just like, woo, okay, this is hilarious. Okay. All right, now we get to another number 2. I think is actually much more relevant to some of our existing questions and how we think about the age of the tree. If at a time when our ancestors came to the land and they found a tree already planted, it was exempt. So there's this very, very common thing, which is like, well, what if you don't know the age of a tree? What if you just bought a house or bought a farm and you don't know how old a tree is? If you didn't plant it, that's, again, another loophole. You can be exempt. If they planted a tree, even though they had not conquered the land, it was subject to Orla. Really trying to figure out exactly what this means here. Like, you like snuck onto someone's land and planted a tree and then you captured the land. Not totally sure what that means. I still think it's hilarious that possible situation is here. If one planted a tree for the use of the many, it is subject. So if we have a common space, like in the center of town, maybe a shared orchard or a public area, and you plant this tree imagining that it's going to, anyone can come and have some. I live in Park Slope, Brooklyn, and there are some fruit trees on the street that people are just aware of that they can go and enjoy the fruit from. If one planted the tree for the use of the many, it is subject. So if you have in mind that based on where you're planting the tree that other people are going to be eating the fruit, you have to follow the laws of Orla. And then Rabbi Judah makes it exempt. So not everyone agrees. So there's something about public versus private. If one has planted a tree in the public domain, or a non-Jew has planted it, or if a robber has planted it, or if you plant on a boat, hanotena bisfina, okay, all you planting trees on boats, I see you, trying to avoid these laws. Or plants a tree on a boat or a tree that has grown on itself, it is subject to Orla. So some of these are going to be contradicted later and disagreed with, but the original Mishnah here is that if it's planted in public, even if a non-Jew has planted it, or any of these other situations, it is subject to Orla. Yeah, exactly, Nora. Your boat garden, you have to observe Orla. You thought you were going to avoid it by planting on a boat, but you got to follow Orla those first 3 years. And again, I'm noticing, just in the chat, but also I'm curious what people think. How many people see this law of Orla? Let's just pause for a second. I'm going to pause the screen share just for a minute. I want to take a little, can we do a poll in here? Maybe we'll take an informal poll. want to get a sense from the room, again, especially, we have a really diverse group. People live all over the world. Some people here have planted trees before. Some people are urban folks. Some people, maybe their families planted trees or they've been to an orchard, but they're not like actively involved. I know we have a bunch of Jewish farmers here. It's really great to see you all. I want to get people's just instinct on this, because clearly the rabbis are like trying to help people follow the Torah, and they really, really care about that. But they're noticing that there's some of these, boat garden people. We'll just call them Nora and their boat garden. These boat garden people who are thinking, I know how I'm going to get around this law. I'm going to plant it on a boat. So first of all, let's just kind of state the obvious. Why would someone be trying to get around this law? Why does someone think that? Let's hear a few thoughts in the chat. Why does someone think, well, this is a silly law? Maybe I
can create a poll if you want me to.
Okay, great. Oh, let's do a poll. Okay. So the poll should say, do you think, what does your instinct say? Is Orla something that we should be striving to keep? Or does Orla kind of feel like a restriction that we shouldn't be striving to keep? Just the instinct. I know it's much more nuanced on that, but I'd be interested to just do a quick poll from the group based on, if you planted a tree tomorrow and then someone said you have to keep Orla, like, is your instinct like, oh yeah, like, let's try this? Or is your instinct like, oh, this feels like a restriction? So we'll just do a quick poll, and we're getting some great comments in the chat, including I can see from some of our farmers here. Yeah, some of us are impatient. Some of us are hungry. Again, this is our instinct. This is not a scientific poll. Super curious, just what's the kind of temperature in the room. We have someone Nancy, we should keep Orla. Nancy from Toronto, thank you. Putting in resources for 4 to 5 years before you can make money may encourage people to focus on annuals. This could be a financial hardship, right? It actually could, those of us who are saying, oh, it's more sustainable to grow perennials, trees, they bear fruit, but 4 or 5 years, that's a really, really long time. It could be a financial hardship. Shamu writes, keep it. It's good for trees and long-term sustainability. Some people are saying, wait, long-term benefit returns short-term returns. All right. People want to know what the fruit tastes like, right? How many of us in the past week were making a little soup, and taste it as it's going? How's it doing, right? What, 5 years? Can you imagine? Think of, it's 2024, what you were doing in 2019, and you have something, doesn't even matter what it is. It's a tree, it's something you're thinking about. I don't even live in the same apartment I lived in 2019. Everything's totally different. 5 years is a long time. Human and nature try to circumvent the rules, right? It's human nature to say, how do I get around this? Plant it on a boat. We have a lot of people saying, let's keep it. Hannah writes, I'd be open to trying it until I get impatient and impulse wins. That's what Yom Kippur is for, but I would try. Many variables. It can seem wasteful. Yeah, thank you for saying that, Simone. It seems wasteful, at least say, oh, this is a spiritual practice, but let's use it to feed our animals. What's with the throwing the fruit in the river? It's very strange. Okay, cycling the soil isn't always a waste. Cycling into the soil. Yeah, Jack, totally hear you, Jack, one of our farmers here. And yet, interestingly, it starts getting super strict. So even if I were to cycle it into the soil, there are some rabbis who would say, and I'm not saying this, you can't even use it for compost. So strange. All right. Stacy adds, practice restraint, putting off gratification. This is good for our consciousness development, right? We could have Stacy over here and then someone else saying, yeah, but I'm hungry. Yeah, I need to sell my produce. It's a great concept in theory. Lee adds, lack of trust in Hashem might discourage Orla. There's a lot of bitachon. There's a lot of faith in this. We have Stacy writes, allowing development of other species before extracting from them. May writes, would farmers be reading this when it was written? Is this a literal guide for farming or more about the rituals around it? I love that question. There's a lot we don't know historically about how strictly people kept these laws. I think it's hilarious to imagining these rabbis sitting around in like the yeshiva and talking about these kind of theoretical situations. Suzanne is reflecting on the squirrels who are munching on their fruit trees. Yeah, it's a sacrifice. Shamu says, can we not throw coins and fruit in the river? All right, we have some great comments here. All right, officially 80% of this Zoom says we should keep it. We can do another survey another time, maybe thinking about how many of those people actually rely on fruit trees for food. And I think there is this bigger thing where at what point does it something that is a spiritual practice with your relationship to the land, at what point does that turn into something so impractical that you just give it all up? Versus at what point do you do it enough times that it's so meaningful that it kind of goes into other spiritual practices? So similar to how some of us have talked about Shemitah, if I had to wake up tomorrow and live off the land without planting anything new, it'd be really challenging. But if over the next 30 years, I needed to set up a system where every 7 years I didn't plant for a whole year, well, what would that do to the rhythm of my life? And I think it's similar to the fruit trees, which is how are we in relationship with these trees? And I think we're going to jump back into the text, and I think we're going to see some really, really, really special examples of how the rabbis and how other commentators viewed the trees and the trees as their own being. And that this has to do also with a level of respect and honor for the trees themselves and the trees' relationship to the land. So let's go back to the trees. When we did that poll, and I know it was very, very unscientific, the idea here is, we could have had another layer to the poll, which is like, are you currently growing any trees? Does any of your livelihood have anything to do with selling trees? Will your family have enough food to eat this year if your trees on your land don't bear fruit? Most of us in 2024, even if we live on a farm, we can still go to the store. We can get government support for food. In ancient times, it was not always exactly like that. And so we have to also keep in mind that when a lot of these texts were written, the question of Yom Kippur, who will live and who will die in the next year, has to do with how much produce everything is producing. All right, we're going back to our source sheet, and let's look at this next text. We're not going to spend too much time talking about this. There's some really, really helpful essays out there. And again, I don't agree with all of the modern interpretations of this, and I'm not here to tell you what to do as a Jewish people who do or do not follow Jewish law. But I wanted to include that in the later, different Mishnah Kedushin, it says the following. Any mitzvah that is dependent on the land, aretz, it's tiluya ba'aretz. This is a very common phrase that we have throughout rabbinic work saying, well, does it apply only in the land of Israel, or does it apply outside of the land of Israel? Any mitzvah, any commandment in the Torah that is dependent on the land, aretz, applies only in Eretz Yisrael. So if there's a commandment in the Torah that says da 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 when you enter the land, then that has to do with trees and land and rocks and whatever that's in the land of Israel. And any mitzvah that is not dependent on the land applies both in Eretz Yisrael and outside of Eretz Yisrael. And again, this phrase, tiluya ba'aretz, even though it might seem vague, va'aretz, that phrase, even though it literally means in the land, it means the land of Israel. This is apart from the mitzvot of orla and kilayim, which apply even outside of Eretz Yisrael. So orla is in this category that says that Even though it is Tuluya Ba'aretz, you actually are supposed to keep Orla outside of the land of Israel. So again, if we were doing a whole course on biblical agricultural laws, we would spend some time on Kilayim, we would spend some time on Shemitah, and we would see that most of these ancient biblical agricultural laws are really only applicable in the land of Israel. And this ends up being very funny in the modern state of Israel, because the modern state of Israel borders are not the same as the borders of the Bible. And so we have this funny thing where they're like, no, if you're farming in a lot, that's actually outside of the land, etc. So we're not going to get too far into this, but for those who, especially those who are farmers and who are curious about keeping these laws in modern times, if you're going to pick just one to try on, then Orla and Kilayim are the ones that are actually, according to the Mishnah, applicable outside of the land. We had someone mention orange trees can take 20 years to bear fruit. Yeah, that's going to help. And then someone adds, this is the easiest way to follow the laws. Just plant orange trees. I would love an orange tree here in Brooklyn. That would be amazing. I ate so many oranges. Felix writes, I wonder how Orla applies in the common practice of grafting. We're going to see some examples of that. And if we don't get to all of the text in our source sheet, there's a bunch of links that have to do with grafting. The rabbis really knew about that. And I'll just add, Felix asks, what about a tree of an unknown age? Can we estimate? So the short answer is, we can assume, basically, if we go back to the original passage in the Torah, that we can estimate, and we can just assume that it's already more than 4 years, and we don't have to practice Orla. So that's kind of like an interesting situation. Carol adds, my neighbor has a 20-year-old apple trees and lets me have some for my apple challah in the fall. Sally adds, now not only do I need to ask, is this fruit organic, but I also need to ask, did you observe Orla when growing this fruit? Can you imagine the looks at Whole Foods or at your local natural food store? I love this question. And as someone who lived in Jerusalem and had a CSA box in 2015, which was also a Shemitah year, this is absolutely the case, that there are categories of kashrut within the modern state of Israel that also include some of these laws, and there are people who will or will not eat certain vegetables based on if that farm observes Orla, Shemitah, and many of these other things. Hannah adds, when in doubt, pikuach nefesh, and I'm going to heart that, because yeah, I think for me, a lot of these are symbolic, and I was just giving a class yesterday about a burial. And there are examples of things in the Bible that are really fascinating, and we're like, let's see how we can take that on. That's so interesting. And there are things that are in the Bible that the Torah is telling us to do that are really disturbing, and we should not try to take them on. All right, so let's keep going. Let's look at a few more texts together. If you can believe it, it's already 47 past the hour. Let's look at some. Let's see. Let's look at some midrash. All right. Midrash Tanchuma. The Orla tree, says the midrash, can be compared to an infant. So we had some folks asking about human comparison. A young tree until its third year is called Orla, which translates as blocked. So too, a child is blocked until the age of 3 from communicating, since typically children do not develop proper language until around the age of 3. Of course, we could have another entire conversation about what is communication, and is language the only form of communication? There's other forms of communication, but Midrash Tanchuma, we'll keep going. The 4th year of a child's life is the first year where he or she or they can use language to express themselves. Like a 4th year of the tree, this is the first year of dialogue between parent and child, is kadosh, holy, and should consist primarily of Torah topics. Just like in a tree's 5th year, the farmer can begin to benefit from the tree's produce without limit. So too at age 5, the Midrash instructs that a parent should begin to teach the child to read from the Torah, and eventually the Mishnah, the oral law. So yeah, so I think there's a lot of parallels. We're comparing the tree to a child, and we're also talking about communication, which I feel very excited about. There's another midrash based on our original passage that says, talking about impatience and talking about Adam Harishon, Adam in the Genesis story. Rabbi Yehuda ben Pazi taught, who will wipe the dust from Adam Harishon's eyes to see that although you couldn't obey your commandment for one moment, meaning the do not eat the fruit, so the fruit in the Garden of Eden, your sons wait the orla for 3 years. So this idea being that maybe there's a connection between Adam's impatience and our now needing to be patient for 3 years. Maybe orla is actually a punishment for Adam being impatient, or the opposite. Adam should think of himself as think of his descendants as making a tikkun, as making a healing for his impatience, and now we have to be patient. We mentioned this earlier. Oral applies everywhere for all trees, and this idea that it's more strict in the land of Israel. Let's see. We have 10 minutes left, and we're getting so many great comments in the chat, so I want to make sure we get to respond to them. Let's see. We're gonna go to, okay, I'm just gonna pause for a second. Yeah, so Ki Adam Eitz HaSadeh, we have this line in the Torah that says, the humans isn't a human a tree of the field? Exactly. And I think there's a lot of parallels. I don't have a reference for a direct link between the idea of not cutting a child's hair for 3 years and not eating the fruit for 3 years. I'm sure people have written about it. I don't have a specific answer to that. Janet writes, is this comment on the possibility of evolutionary spiritual emotional growth? We learn through the mistakes and are hopeful that each generation will do better. Francis says, during the Depression in the 30s, many just had apples to eat. Yeah. So I want to come back to this idea about planting a tree in a pot and versus in the ground, because I am very inspired by some of the writing about this prohibition, because it starts the commentators give us some of the perspective from the tree itself. Okay, so I'm going to go kind of quick, but I promise you all have this sheet to read through later. This is in the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides. So the restriction of neta reva'i applies to all plants, which the prohibition of orla implies. We saw this before. This is summarizing a lot of the other texts, so this is why this one's helpful. When a person plants a fruit tree with the intent it serves as a hedge, it's exempt. So we talked about this before. The inner side versus the outer side. I'm going to keep going. Jumping to number 4. When a person plants trees for the sake of the people at large in his own field, orla applies. When a person plants a tree in the public domain, or on a ship, I'm kind of jumping to the non-italic words. When trees grow on their own accord in a private domain, and then it jumps to these laws apply. Then it jumps to trees that grow on their own in rocky terrain. So this could be like in a forest or something like that. Then we start having exemptions. So if a tree is like growing in the wild, again, I'm jumping to the non-italic. Even one who plants trees in an unsettled place is exempt, provided the tree does not produce enough fruit so that it would be worthwhile for a person to care for its produce until he brings it into settled land. If, however, the tree produces enough that it is worthwhile to maintain it, the prohibition of orla applies to it. So the prohibition of orla is directly corresponding to how many people are benefiting from the tree. If it's way up a mountain, it's an area where people hardly ever go, you can have as much of the fruit as you want. Again, it's like a wild tree. But whether you planted it yourself or not, so orla has to do with the people's consumption of the fruit. Okay, really want to just look at the flower pot, and keep asking your questions in the chat, and we'll get to as many as we can in our last 7 minutes. When a person plants a tree in a flower pot, and one commentator says whether of wood or earthenware, without a hole, so a non-perforated flower pot, the prohibition of orla applies. Again, I'm looking at you, all of you boat garden people. Although planting in such a pot is not considered planting in the earth with regard to smaller plants, so meaning basically non-trees, and there's a bunch of other laws, like in terms of Shemitah, that we want to know if that planting is considered in the earth, if it's in a pot. It is considered planting in the earth with regard to trees. And there's a few different ways to read this, but I'm reading it as the tree experiences it as if it's being planted in the earth, even though it's being planted in a pot. And so there's this idea that if the pot doesn't have a hole, so it's a solid pot, and the planting of the tree from the perspective of the tree's like, it's a huge pot, and as far as the tree is concerned, the tree is planted in the earth. It's full of soil, there's rocks around, there's other things happening there. And from the perspective of the tree, I know that's not exactly what's written here. It says with regard to trees, but the way I read it is like from the tree's perspective, the tree feels like it's planted in the earth, and therefore orla applies. It even goes so far as to say when a tree is planted in a house, orla applies. Trees planted by Gentiles before our ancestors entered the Holy Land were exempt. So this is the question before, what if you don't know how old a tree is? You got there and you're like, I don't know. You can kind of just assume that it's exempt. Then there's a bunch of stuff about grafting and transplanting that we're not going to get into, but now you all have it forever. We'll look at our last couple texts super quickly, and then I'll go to the chat. So this is a 1600s passage, and this is reminding us that in many commentaries say with regard to the essence of this mitzvah, it is based on the Amorite law to create tricks, shortcuts in order to hasten the ripening of the fruit of the tree before its time. Tricks and shortcuts. Maimonides wrote that this mitzvah is to remember the creation of the world, since everything was created on day one. Again, this is a philosophical writing more than a legal writing. Everything, individual categories emerged each on its own day. Plants were hidden in the ground until day 3. And even though they bloomed on day 3, they aren't even seen till day 4, and the lights of the sky cause the fruits to ripen, because all the ripening is dependent on the sun and the moon. With the bounteous yield of the sun, all the bounteous crop of the moon. So we find that they were hidden, impossible to eat, until day 4. So this is the not eating for the first 3 years corresponds to the first 3 days of creation. Based on this, we are instructed to keep the mitzvah of orla in memory of the creation of the world. And this is quoted many times all over the place. Our plants too should be hidden and sealed for 3 years, since the essence of orla is being hidden and sealed. And this is actually just from a conversation I had with Dr. John Greenberg, amazing scholar of Jewish botany. He has a new Haggadah out. You should all check it out. I think he sometimes teaches for Midrash Learning. Both orla and circumcision are examples of the idea of humanity partnering with God in completing the work of creation. And he's commenting on this passage here. My final question, which I leave you with, is how do we reconcile? I think this is fascinating to me. How do we reconcile the mitzvah of orla being about not eating fruit, and the minhag, at least in 2024, of Tu B'Shvat being about eating fruit? And I've been asking this, and I've gotten lots of different answers, but my favorite one, of course, was my teacher, Rabbi Yisachar Katz, quoting the Talmud, and he quotes this line, which is, and if you want to click on it and see the whole passage, it's fascinating, because he's quoting Yalta, so as a woman or a wife of a rabbi, and she says, as a rule, for any item that the merciful one prohibited to us, he permitted to us in a similar item. And so this line that everything that is prohibited in one way is permitted in another way. And so I love this idea of aligning it, of saying, well, it's prohibited in these times and it's allowed in these times. Folks who want to know about how we determine the age of the tree, we did skip a few texts, and there's a lot of different opinions on it in terms of when and how it was planted or if it was grafted. So I hope you'll go back and check those out. And happy Tu B'Shvat, everyone. It was really wonderful and really fun to play with you in all of these texts. And I'll pass it back to Mara to close us out.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I'm seeing in the chat that people are hungry for more than an hour of learning. We send out the recording, we send out the source sheet, and we also send out a survey. So please feel free to include in that survey what you would love to learn, either more with Kohenet Sarah or generally. And if you don't feel like you've had enough of your Tu B'Shvat rituals or learning done, I'm adding into the chat, and I will also include this in the follow-up email. We're having a Tu B'Shvat Seder this evening. So we'd love to see you there. And as Sarah said, thank you so much, and happy Tu B'Shvat.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right, so I'm going to close it out now. But that was interesting. You have any thoughts, Graham? Graham?
Had to unmute. Sorry, Ariel.
No worries.
Yeah, no. It's interesting stuff. Interesting. Is that a class you're taking?
Oh no! It's just I saw an advertisement for it somewhere. It was it was like a free class, one-time class.
No, definitely interesting. Getting into a lot of the origins of, and tying it into the agricultural traditions.
Yeah. One thing that I think is interesting is like, so why just let it go to waste, or is it going to waste?
You mean the excess or what?
Yeah.
Well, part of it is a sense of renewal. It's like after so long, grain goes bad, all of that goes bad. So you're throwing out anything that could go bad, cleaning it out, and starting from scratch.
No, but you realize these are like brand new plants, right?
I'm thinking about, the tradition as to why you throw out excess. Again, I don't
know.
No,
this isn't No, this isn't excess. And with the tradition of excess, that you leave it at the corners of the field for people to take. No, with this, it's that no one's supposed to benefit from it. The first 3 years of a tree's life, the crops are basically supposed to be destroyed.
Well, the reason for that is that way you're not trying to harvest the plant. You're just letting it grow naturally. You're not doing anything to weaken it for the first 3 years.
I can see that, but at the same time, what about like if like fruit falls off? How come you can't harvest, or how come you can't use that?
I think it's to prevent people from doing the, shaking that branch in order to make the fruit fall off. It's
that makes sense. Anyway, I think that's a good place to close out. But on that note, let's see. On that note, unless you have any last thoughts.
Nope, it was fun as always.
Take care. We'll do this again soon.
Yep.
Also, happy Tu B'Shvat. It's the birthday of the trees.
Ah, gotcha.
Yep, same to you.
Take care.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.